Alright, I think we're live. Trying to get my overlay all set up here so that I can monitor everything appropriately. Walter, welcome in. Alright, let me increase the size of my chat here so I can see everything easily. Alright, just bear with me here just a moment. I'm going to set everything up here on both my monitors so everything looks fine. Alright, very good. Got my stream monitoring. Got my chat. Perfect. Hey, Paul, welcome in. Alright. I think I'm ready. Okay, so you can probably tell by the title of the stream that I'm going to be attempting a chicken run quest. I previously picked up the Great Wide Open, and that's what I'm going to be trying to do today. Can I just get a confirmation that you guys can hear my mic? Since everything is kind of set up on the computer here, it's the first time I'm streaming again from the computer. I just want to double check, triple check, quadruple check everything is working before I actually get started. Alright, nobody's responding to the mic check. Oh, loud and clear. There you go. Perfect. Okay, excellent. So, we're going to be doing the chicken quest. So, for the Great Wide Open, what happens is we have to run as a chicken from the Shire all the way to Minas Tirith and then jump off the top. So, for my benefit, and just so you guys kind of understand as well, but primarily for my benefit, I want to go over the route before we start. So, I took some notes on this. I'm going to be following my notes here. So, we're going to start here at Sanson's farm. We're going to essentially follow this road all the way east to Bree. Once we get to Bree, we're going to go all the way east through Bree Town, out the South Gate, continuing following the road to the Lonelands. All this is pretty safe. Now, in the Lonelands, I think there is a danger region, if I'm not mistaken. So, I believe, yeah, right here-ish. Right here, sometimes mobs can get in the road, so I'll have to be careful in this part. Otherwise, we're just going to be following the road east, all the way to the Trollshaws. Once we're in the Trollshaws, we're going to go east on the road. Hey, Muffin, welcome in. Once we get here to the ford, we're going to go on the river because there are lots of enemies on either side of the river. We're going to follow the river south all the way to Gerbert's Cottage, and then we can take this little road up here and then south to Eregion. Appreciate you guys bearing with me as I go over our route here. Once we get to Eregion, what are we doing? I forgot what I do here. See, this is why I take notes. Alright, we're going to go south. We're going to follow the road south all the way to Eregion. And then I think in this little area here, the road kind of disappears, but generally we're going to be following the southern direction. And then from here, instead of following the road, we're essentially going to go straight south. There's going to be a fort here. So we're going to go south. We're going to keep that fort to our left. So on the map, it's going to be on the right. So we're going to follow this little path here. And then we're going to make it all the way south to this landmark. So we're going to go south there. And then from here, we're going to go south to this little crossing, and then finally to Enidwith. Alright, and then all the way here, past Forderith. The Windfells, I think, can be a little tricky. I think it can be tricky just because the road kind of disappears, I want to say. Maybe. And then there's going to be a fork somewhere. No, I think we're fine here. I think essentially what we're gonna do is just go southwestish, and then we can keep following the road all the way south to Dunland. I think that's really it for this map. In Dunland... Well, actually, let me kind of go back a little bit, because I think I missed something. Again, I appreciate you guys' patience with this part, just because I just want to make sure I know my route before we get started, because I really don't want to fail this. Yeah, that's fine. Dunland. Cool. Alright. So, from Dunland, we're going to go south in Galtrev. We're going to go through Galtrev. We're going to go east. Once we make it over here, we're going to go south. We're going to take this eastern path to the Gap of Rohan. Exactly. There we go. So we're going to be coming in from here. We're going to go this way. And then we're going to go east. And then we cross the river. And I think here is actually where we can go into Rohan itself, into the Westfold. So we're going to be coming in through here. Now in Martin, it's dangerous. There's lots of enemies here, so we're going to go south around it. And then back on the road. And then just east to Kingstead. Walter, I appreciate the offer to escort, but I think it'll be more fun if I just try to solo it. Otherwise, it's very easy. So, I mean, if somebody just happens to be on the road, that's fine. But I don't think I'm going to specifically request an escort or anything like that. Alright, so from here, we're going to go east. Before we enter Edoras, we're going to take the road south. And then switch back here. And this is all pretty safe. All the way to the Paths of the Dead. Paths of the Dead is completely safe. We basically just go south to the Blackroot Vale. And then this is all pretty safe too. We're going to take the road southeast to Lamadon. Once we're in Lamadon, what do? All the way southeast here to Callambel, but instead of going on the town, we're going to go around it, I believe. Yeah, we're going to go this way, and then east to Central Gondor. I'm going to follow the road all the way south. So this part, I think, I'm trying to remember which road I take here. Let's see. I think we go here, and then we're gonna go... There's this little village here. That's the main thing to be aware of here. There's a village with a ton of enemies. We're kind of gonna hug north here to avoid it, and then get back on the road. And then here, I wonder if I'm going to take... Yeah, I'm going to take the southern path. Krulin here, and then to Lower Lebanon. Yep, and then we're here. Now, this is a problematic road. It looks pretty safe, right? You just follow the road east. But there are a lot of mounted units here. The mounted units, they, like, cross through the road very quickly and can completely ruin your life. So we got to be careful in this stretch. Go through Pelargir to Upper Lebanon. And then I think this is a relatively safe map. We're going to go all the way over here. And we're going to take this north road. Sorry, I'm looking at my notes here. And then this east road. Okay, to Lothernok. It's a bit of a mess going through this, but I think it's going to pay off to at least have an idea of what I'm doing. Alright, we're going to go through Arnok. We're going to take the road northeast out of it. And then we're going to take this road east. And then this path. Now, Harlon, we're going to avoid entirely. We're going to go through these woods here. There's going to be a little gap on the wall that allows us to enter Pelennor, and then we're in the home stretch. although it's a very dangerous area. There's lots of enemies right here as we enter. So we're going to kind of swerve off the road, get back on it. Here, 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 and then to Minas Tirith, something like that. All right, very good. That's kind of the path. Let's actually get started. I anticipate this is going to take about 2.5 to 3 hours, so it's actually quite a long quest. And if we fail, we fail, and we got to start over. But let's do it. The Great Wide Open. Okay, now a couple things to note. There are a few skills that I can use here. So there's the Foul Fleetness, which allows me to run faster for 30 seconds, which I'll be trying to use during the safe sections. And then there is Bob and Weave, so if I get into trouble and an enemy is chasing me, I can pop this on to give me additional evasion chance. That way, if they do attack me, there's a good chance I can evade it. Possum Impersonation is the key here. Possum Impersonation allows you to play dead to drop aggro. However, this can be abused. I don't know if it was intended by the developers or not. So instead of hitting this and letting your chicken play dead, if you keep moving while you're pressing it, it can flicker you out of combat, I've noticed, without it actually turning into a cooldown. So you'll notice that if I get into combat, I'm essentially going to spam this skill. Now, you don't want to just spam it. There's a timing to it so that you can drop aggro without triggering the cooldown. And I think it's about half a second or so. So I'll be pressing this number 3 key every half a second or so if I get into combat. Finally, there's Paranoia, which allows you to pick up stealth enemies around you a little bit more clearer if that becomes a problem. So that's how this is all going to work. Let's go ahead and begin. So yeah, the beginning here is pretty easy. We're just going to go east and let's go. Muffin, I have been well. Yes, this is a chicken play quest in Lord of the Rings Online where you literally turn into a chicken. All right, let me get my speed boost guaranteed here. Now here, even in these beginner areas, if I do come into contact with some enemies, it's not the end of the world, just because since they're low level, I can take a few hits before I just straight up die. But as I move across, they're definitely going to be able to one-shot me, and I don't want that. Now, I hate the floaty names. You guys know I hate the floaty names, but I'm going to keep them on for this quest because it'll help me see enemies a little bit clearer. And that is certainly something I want to do. What's up, Muffin? What happened? Yep, I fell for that. That's fine. That's alright. You know? That's alright. Yeah, the timer, it gives you 8 hours to do it, but you certainly don't need all 8 hours. This quest, again, is about 2.5 to 3 hours if I do it appropriately. Now, there's another one, the free range quest, which is going to be the subject of the next stream. And that one can be like 5-6 hours. That one is pretty bad. But just so I can get used to the chicken stuff, we're doing this slightly easier one first. There's a lot of luck involved with this. Sometimes you're just unlucky and you're crossing the road at the wrong time. And there's a mounted enemy that's storming through that you couldn't even see, so sometimes you're just unlucky. But here in the beginning, it's pretty chill. I can look at the chat, I can relax. Not much danger here in the first few maps. Can quickly use my Foul Fleetness here. Not have to worry about it. My goal for this stream is not so much to complete the quest. I would love to do this first try, but my main goal is to just have a fun stream without any issues. No lag issues, no internet issues, no computer issues. That's my goal. I'm so tired of issues. I just want everything to go smoothly for once. Somebody's watching me here. Is this somebody in the stream? Yeah, Muffin, I think I should be streaming a little bit more regularly. I know I haven't streamed in a long time, but I was doing life stuff, and then I was also testing out the computer since I got it back, just really putting it through the ringer to make sure there weren't any more issues with it. This has to be somebody from the stream escorting me. Is that you, Walter? That is not you, okay. Yeah, I don't know who this is. And you can't right-click inspect as a chicken, so who knows. Whoever's escorting, I hope you got patience, man. Like I said, it's 2.5 to 3 hours. And honestly, I don't really think the escort helps that much. Just because for the most part, I think I can keep myself safe. If an enemy's gonna get me, it's probably gonna be a mounted enemy that's gonna storm through the road. And so before an escort can even do anything about it, it's just gonna be lights out for me. So quite honestly, I don't know if an escort's really that effective. Usually when people want to get escorted for this quest, there's a handful of escorts and they will kind of run ahead and clear the road ahead of them. I'm actually pretty confident. Again, I took a lot of notes here and I got my fingers ready to use my emergency skills if I have to. I think I should be able to do this pretty well. I gotta remember to use my foul fleetness though. I don't want to keep that on cooldown. I want to do this as quickly as possible, of course. Yeah, the chicken clucks do get a little annoying for sure. But at least there's good music in the game to fill the background. Alright, so again for Breeland, there's not much we need to worry about. We're just gonna go straight east, go through Breetown, out the South Gate, into the Lonelands. There's really not much we need to worry about. I wonder if this is Paul. This must be Paul. In the chicken play quest, you can't really see what's going on in the world chat or anything like that, so if they're saying anything, I can't see it. What do I think about Black Gate? Like from the Waste, the Black Gate of Mordor? Man, it's crazy, because that was just the last season, but it was so long ago that I recorded it that, you know, it's been quite a while. It was weird, though. One thing I remember about the Waste in last season is that I was just minding my own business, playing the game, and then all of a sudden the ring got destroyed. I feel like it came out of nowhere. I just started recording an episode one day thinking it was just going to be a regular episode with quests, and out of nowhere it's like, the ring has been destroyed. That's what I remember. Hey, Maywin. Thank you. Glad to see you in chat. So yeah, the next thing I'm doing is, like I said in the finale of the last season that I uploaded last week, is I'm hitting every region and trying to clear some of the quests that I missed along the way. I'm using the LOTRO companion to figure out what I missed, but although it's a great application that tells you what quests you still have to do, there's still some manual labor involved in it, because sometimes it'll flag a quest as you haven't done, but the quest is either no longer in the game or you can't do it. So for example, like in the starter regions, some quests are only available to certain races. So I still have to kind of go through and figure out what I have to do in each region. Yeah, Walter, I am way behind in the game. There have been so many expansions beyond where I'm at currently, so hopefully I can catch up. How long have you been playing the game? See, because you can be behind. That's respectable. Me, I've been playing since 2007 closed beta. There's no excuse for me to be behind. Which is kind of crazy to think about. Like, I've been playing the game for almost 20 years, and I still have a ridiculous amount of content to do. It just tells you the depth of the game. Okay, so you're a fellow beta player. And then Maywin 2008 instead of 2018. Okay, so 2008's pretty veteran status as well, for sure. Yeah, I am pretty convinced that this is Paul over here escorting me, because I know he's a giant fan of the series. Maybe the biggest fan of the series, who knows? And he popped in here when I started streaming and then left. And then right after he left, this guy popped up, so I'm assuming that's him. All right. Yeah, the other cool thing I noticed as we switch here into an instance version of Bree is just how much more active the server feels to me after having switched over to Glamdring with the 64-bit upgrade. The server feels so much more alive than when I was in Brandywine, which is really cool to see. Oh, I lost my escort probably. Yeah, because he probably went on a different instance of Bree. Didn't even think about that. But that's alright. Honestly, I appreciate the escort, and I'm not going to tell him to leave because I know he wants to participate, and that's cool. But if I could have it my way, I would actually prefer to just straight up solo this because I think it would be more fun that way. The victory may not be guaranteed, but it'll be fun, right? And if I fail, it's really just more content for you guys because it means I'll have to stream longer or do more streams. I will say, though, I don't want an escort for this quest. However, for the free range quest, which is the one I'll be doing after this, I might want an escort for that one because that one, like I said, can be like 6 hours long, and there are some really, really difficult parts if you're solo. And I don't know if I have the patience to try that 100 times. Oh, it is not Paul. Okay. Man, who is that? Now I'm super curious as to who that is. So here I'm going to skip the road a little bit just to kind of make things a little faster. It's a pretty safe area. Just got to watch out for the red dots on my map here. I wonder if that was just a random player that saw me on the road and started following me. Who knows? If that was you, Muffin, I would be impressed. You know what? I'm going to get back on the road. Muffin, you were right about this chicken, though. I didn't realize how clucky it is. It just won't stop clucking. There's some boars here. The boars aren't that bad because they threaten to attack, right? So they won't attack you immediately. Watch, I'll run right by one. They'll threaten to attack first before they attack you. So. Let's keep going. Yeah, there are some orcs potentially here towards the end of Breland, but they're pretty far from the road. It's really not too bad. I'm not worried about them at all. The first time that we're going to really have to worry about something is upcoming here in the Lonelands. When I mentioned when I was going over the routes, there was that little stretch where potentially the enemies stray into the road. The other part is the troll shots. At night, there are trolls on the road, and people always worried about that when this quest first came out. Like, they would try to time it so their chicken is going through the troll shots during daytime. But that's totally unnecessary because the trolls are threateners as well, so you can run right past them. And they'll only threaten to attack unless you loiter too long. But yeah, besides that, I think most of the other enemies here will just attack me immediately, so definitely gotta be careful. The real danger is definitely when we get to the mounted combat units. It's like I said, they'll be like way out in the middle of nowhere, and then they'll just run right through the road before you even know what's happening. It's nice to be streaming Lord of the Rings online. I've never streamed this game, even though it's like the primary thing on my channel. I streamed it once when the Mariner came out. I did like a Mariner stream just for fun, but that's when my stream just wasn't very good. Like, it was a very laggy stream. It was no good. My internet couldn't keep up with it. Thank you for the luck. Appreciate it. The quest is stressful because there are some dangerous areas towards the end, right? So after you've been running for 2 hours, that's when the danger really begins. Yeah, I have not played RuneScape in quite a while, Muffin, but I'm hoping to get back into that as well. I'm definitely prioritizing Lord of the Rings Online and editing Pokemon, though. I really need to get those up on the channel before I spend too much time doing other stuff. Okay, so yeah, we're in the Lowlands now, and it's like... yeah, this area here is where I'll have to be careful. That is 100% true, Muffin. It's always getting delayed, isn't it? Hey, Nezradim. Welcome in. I am doing a chicken run quest, running from the Shire all the way to Minas Tirith. It's a long quest. And very easy to fail as well, so success is not guaranteed. The only thing I guarantee is a good time. Oh man, got laggy there. It's like the scene switched over and it was loading. Alright, so this little stretch can be a little dangerous. Sometimes the enemies, you can see them here on the mini-maps, sometimes they'll come on the road. It's not like critically dangerous, but just... you know, if we're like on a terrorism watch scale, you guys remember that after 9/11? Like red, orange, yellow? This is probably like a yellow. It's not red or orange. Just a little bit more dangerous. On this stretch as well, sometimes enemies can come on this little stretch of road. Probably for another 60 seconds or so. That's right, Nezradim. It's not too bad. There are a few spots that are difficult. See, look at that prowler right there. That's what I'm talking about. See how close he is to the road? He's basically on the road. Just gotta be careful there. Yeah, this one's not too bad. There are a few spots, particularly the spots in Gondor and in Rohan with the mounted units. And sometimes you're just unlucky. You can do everything right and you just were at the wrong place at the wrong time. But the real bad one is a free range one. Yeah, Nezradim, that one is like 5 hours long and you have to go to a bunch of spots and it is very tricky. It is possible to do solo, but very difficult. I'm going to try to do it solo. But we'll see how long my patience lasts for it. Look at this guy. Right on the road as well. Particularly dangerous are the... Man, that guy coming through scared me. Thought it was an enemy. I was about to say, particularly dangerous are the ranged units because if they see you, they just shoot you, right? They don't have to, like, catch up to you to hit you first. And I believe there are some ranged half-orcs here, but I think we've made it through the most dangerous parts of the Lone Lands. I think the road is pretty clear from here all the way to the Troll Shaws. Yeah, before I started this stream, I did do a little bit of research into these chicken quests. So, oh my gosh, this stalker right on the road too. I guess I'm not out of the woods here for the Lone Lands. But yeah, this quest is definitely soloable. Like I said, there are only a few spots where if you're unlucky, you'll get caught. But the other one apparently is also soloable, even if nobody clears mobs for you, but just very difficult. You need to get lucky as well, so I'll worry about that one when I get to it. For now, I'm just doing this one. And I do have my fingers here on the emergency buttons in case I need to use them. My bob and weave, my possum impersonation. Got all those ready. I don't really use the paranoia too much. I think there is one little spot, like right before, I think it's in the Gap of Rohan. As you're passing the road to Isengard, I think there are some stealth mobs there that can be on the road, so I might use my paranoia around that time. We'll see. So before you came in here, Nezradim, I kind of went over the route that I'm going to be taking. I opened up the map and kind of traced it from the Shire all the way to Minas Tirith, and I did point out what I think will be the trouble spots. And particularly, the map before Pelennor Fields, I think as you're going, like, past Dol Amroth, on the road after Dol Amroth, it's a pretty clear road. It's just a straight road to Pelennor Field, but that road is super dangerous because a lot of mounted units are there, and they'll cross through the road at many spots. So I think that's probably the most dangerous part of the run. And then when you're in Pelennor Fields as well, going to Minas Tirith, there are a lot of mounted units that can get on the road as well. So I think those are the most dangerous spots, which, you know, funny enough, are towards the end of the run. So you do the entire run, and then at the very end is when it gets most dangerous. Couple archers here to the south. It's going to take a wide radius around them. Alright, we're about to hit up Troll Shaws, which is great because it has good music. So we'll enjoy some nice music for a little while. Man, about 30 minutes to get to the last bridge. Alright, so for here, we're basically going to take the road all the way to the ford, like I said. Take the river south to the little cabin. And then, south. Oh, you know what's annoying? I forgot in the session play, you lose all your milestone flags on the map. So there were a few milestone flags that I was going to use as landmarks, but I guess we're just going to have to wing it. Coco Captain, I don't know if you know the quest, but that's actually exactly what happens. The goal of the quest is not to get to Minas Tirith, it's actually to jump off of Minas Tirith like Denethor. That is the actual quest. Which I feel like there's something poetic about the quest or something, you know, like some deep philosophical thought. It's like you go through this journey of life, running from the beginning to the end, but we all just die in the end or something, I don't know. Oh yeah, there was the quest in actual Minas Tirith, right? Where, what was it? There were like two characters arguing if a chicken could fly if you threw it off. I do remember that quest, but this is something different. We are the chicken, and we are getting thrown. Hey MF, thanks for randomly joining. It's quite a random video to click on, for sure. If you're familiar with Lord of the Rings, this game is Lord of the Rings Online, and the quest that I'm doing is, as a chicken, I run from the Shire all the way to Minas Tirith. Takes about 2.5 hours. Yeah, Coco, I don't blame you. These quests do take a lot of patience, even if everything goes right. Much less if you die or get killed and have to keep retrying. That could really test your patience. Man, I feel like my game is stuttering a little bit. You guys notice that? Like every 3 seconds, the frame kind of pauses a little bit. Now it's gone, just because I said something. Maybe it was just that little part of the game. Got a fellow adventurer here. The other thing about this quest is you can't get too comfortable, right? Like I noticed there, I was very comfortable. I was just chilling, just running, not really looking at my mini-map. I think that's what gets a lot of people, is you get very comfortable, you stop paying attention, and next thing you know, you're running into a mob. You know, before I go any further, let me move this out of the way a little bit. There you go, so I can look at my coordinates, because the notes that I took are based on the coordinates. That way I know, like, what landmarks I'm looking for and all that. Yeah, I cannot get complacent here. At least, like I mentioned, I wrote down the points where I need to pay attention. So hopefully that serves as a nice little reminder for me to just be more careful. And we don't have to worry about the trolls, like I mentioned earlier. They only threaten to attack, so as long as I keep moving, they won't attack me. Now, I am glad that for this quest, we don't have to go through the High Moor. There was the other chicken quest that I've already done many, many years ago. That's on the playthrough somewhere, where you have to go through the High Moor, and there are so many stealth enemies there. It's just a pain. Yeah, exactly, Coco. The stealth links. That's exactly what I'm talking about. But we won't have to deal with those for this run, because right before we get to them, we veer off and go into the river. So we should be coming up here to the river point. Oh yeah, Calder. Lord of the Rings Online is definitely a very special MMO. Alright, I think that I could probably turn south here. Yeah, I think we can start going south and following the river. I'm going to go in the river here pretty soon, but as much as I can be on land, I'm going to try to, just because you run so much faster on land compared to the river. But there will be parts, unfortunately, where we just have to get in the water. Yeah, Calder, so they did push out these 64-bit servers, and allegedly, it improves the lag. Ever since I kind of came back and started playing in these 64-bit server, I haven't noticed any issues, but I definitely haven't played enough to be able to definitively say I've noticed a difference, if that makes sense. Supposedly, it did help. I just haven't had any lag issues to begin with here, so I don't know. Look at all those enemies on the mini-map. My god. Sometimes you'll get a frog or a toad here on the river. Gotta watch out for that, but in general, the river is pretty safe. And I could probably use the little bit of land here. Get some speed. I'm going to be going all the way south to the cottage. And unfortunately, like I said, I guess your landmark flags don't carry over from your main character, so I can't see exactly where that is, even though I had it marked on my map. It's a rockworm there. Definitely don't want to mess with that. That's why I turned the floaty name on for this. See how much easier it is to see that compared to if I didn't have it on? That rockworm came swimming in the river behind me. I kept an eye on it. So it looked like it might have almost gotten me, but I had my eye on it. Don't worry. The nice thing about the river is that you don't have to deal with the clucking sounds from the chicken. That is one advantage. Even though it's slower, it's a little bit more pleasant as well. Agreed, Paul. I think Troll Shaws has some of the best music in the game. And that's saying something, because so many of the soundtracks in the game are spectacular. I did mention this also at the finale I uploaded last week, but whenever I do get a successful chicken run, I'm going to edit and upload it as an episode to the actual series, right? I think the cottage is beyond that rock there, I want to say. Been staying on the river because I noticed a lot of toads and rockworms here on the shores, so I just want to play it safe. Yeah, there's the cottage in the distance. So there should be a path like to the southeast that'll get me on a road. Oh, that toad swimming there. Yeah, I think just past this rock I can get back on land. Actually, up here. Here's the path. I think in general this road is pretty safe. Shouldn't have to worry about too much over here. There is a log bridge here that's kind of stealthy, and if you're not paying attention, see this log right here? You can kind of just run straight off of it. See, because all these bushes here. I guess it's not like that subtle. I just remembered it being different. And so from here, it's just following the road to Eregion. Now, Eregion can get a little tricky because we're going to have to leave the road for half of it. So that could potentially be a danger area because you guys know me, I'm probably going to get lost. I had the little flags on the map that I was going to follow, which apparently I can't do, so we're just going to have to wing it. No pun intended. Okay, excellent. So we are going to go all the way south to Ekairagion. So we're going to take a left and go to Ekairagion. And then I might take a pause there just to kind of reassess my map and figure out what I'm doing. Also on the path to Ekairagion, I think the road kind of becomes very subtle and difficult to follow, so I'll have to mind that as well. Make sure I'm going the right way here. I think you're probably right, Nesredim. I'm pretty sure there are like stealth lynx or wolves or something here. Road's a little windy. I guess the road is pretty clear here in the game itself, but on the mini-map, you can see that the road is not very apparent. It looks like I just got the arrow for Ekairagion. We're getting there. We're getting close. Close to the next milestone, that is. Definitely not close to where we're actually going. Still got a long way to go. Yeah, see, there you go. The road is gone now. There's no road to follow. Gonna go in between the links and the thing here. Makes me a little nervous being off the road, but there's nothing we can do about it. We're almost there. Looks like there is somebody following me. Clicked. I'm pretty sure I saw a clucked earlier. Didn't I see a clucked earlier? Maybe I'm imagining things. Pretty sure I ran into a character named Clucked a while back. I didn't mention anything on the stream. I just kind of observed. So one thing you got to be careful of is even in these safe areas, sometimes you can get killed. Because sometimes there'll be a player that'll bring a mob here. And then the mob will aggro onto you, which can be kind of annoying. Alright, so let me pull up my notes here and figure out where I'm going. Alright, let's pull up the map. Here, we're going to have to leave the road. We're not going to be following this road. We're essentially going to be going straight south. There's going to be like some enemy fort here that I'm going to keep to my left. And then I'm going to keep going south like somewhere around here. Yeah, somewhere like around here. And then we're going to go to the river. So yeah, we're essentially going to go straight south from here. Staying away from the road. Yeah. So let's do it. This might be dangerous, but life in general is dangerous for a little chicken in Middle-earth. Alright, let's go for it. I am headed to... Let me see what coordinates I am aiming for. So I'm going south, and I'm aiming for about 50.4 west. Or south, I mean. 50.4 south. Alright, let's roll. And then I'm going to be looking for an enemy fort. I don't like all these red mini dots on the mini-map. But I can kind of weave my way in and out of them. I see the fort in the distance. I'm going to keep it to my left. So I'm going to start going a little to the southwest. It's a little nerve-wracking here. Oh man, this is... I don't like this. It's getting a little nasty. Look at all those red dots. Some scouts here that are ranged units. Okay, I think we're through the worst of it, maybe. let's keep going south. And now, I'm going to take a quick look at the map. Yeah, pretty much straight south from here. The problem is I don't have a little landmark flag to know where I'm aiming at. I'm trying to get to 56 south, 13 west. So I think, yeah, just gotta keep going south. A little to the east as well. Definitely careful with the archers. Hey, Thin Me. Welcome in. Yeah, I'm glad to be back. It's long overdue for sure. See, I shouldn't be going west like this. I need to be going east, but obviously the priority is avoiding enemies and not necessarily going in the right direction. And always adjust course. Yeah, I'm definitely more west than I would like. This is just a fun thing, MF. I don't think there's any lore with it at all. Although some of the chicken quests, I believe, have a little bit of lore. Like, I think one of them has you talk to Radagast the Brown, which is one of the wizards that communicates with animals and stuff like that. Yeah, so this is where I was aiming for, Goalhead. And then from here, I just need to go a little bit southwest to find an opening past this wall. And then I can continue my journey southeast. Actually, let me just cut through this little opening. How long have I been running? So if you look here at the timer, it says 7 hours, 7 minutes. The quest started at 8 hours. So I've been running for 53 minutes. And I estimate it's about 2.5 to 3 hours. So I need to go a little southeast here. I think I've gone east enough. I think now I'm just going to go straight south. Feels good to be back on a road here. Should be crossing over into the next map here, Enidwith. So in Enidwith, we are going to... Hold on, let me pull up my notes. So we're going to follow the road. We're going to go here. Then, yeah, just southwest-ish. And then follow the road south all the way to Dunland. Okay. Looks about right. Look at that snarling shadow right on the road, just howling, waiting to eat me. Not today, sir. Not today. I think this map is generally pretty safe. I don't think there's too much I need to worry about here. Yeah, agreed, Nesredim. I think this is one of the maps I don't have to worry about. I'm not being super efficient with my movement. I'd rather be a little less efficient and stay on the road as much as possible. That's alright. MF, I think it will take 2.5 to 3 hours. And we're about an hour in. So the road kind of runs out here a little bit. So let me look at some coordinates. I need to get to 63 south, 17 west. So we're going to be going southwestish. Nice. What kind of beer are you opening? I will judge your response, by the way, so answer carefully. Yeah, I think the next time I have to worry is going to be around Rohan. Oh, you're from Latvia. That's really cool. I am not familiar with Latvian beers, so I can't judge you, even though I promised I would. But lagers are nice, so... Are you from Riga? Or somewhere smaller? And I'm in between some red dots here. You gotta be careful. Need to go more west. Still going southwestish. Riga, nice. Yeah, I would love to visit the Baltic countries if I ever get a chance. Check out Riga, Tallinn. Oh my god! Ah! Okay, something aggroed on me, but I was able to push my buttons here and drop the aggro. I heard the music before I saw anything, and I immediately spammed my evade thing, and then I did the possum impersonation. Okay, I'm kind of in between two enemies here. I don't want to deal with that. Let me go around. Oh, that was too close for comfort. Man, that was too close. Yeah, the windfills. I wrote this down, that this area can be dangerous. Especially since there's no road. Oh, man. Yeah, for you guys who weren't here in the beginning of this stream, there's like a little trick you can use with possum impersonation. What the trick does is it makes you play dead and you drop aggro, but if you keep moving and you spam it at the same time, then it doesn't necessarily go on cooldown and you can drop the aggro. But there's a timing to it. You can't just like spam it. You press it like every half a second or so while you keep moving, and sometimes it'll drop aggro without it going on cooldown. So that's what I did there. And that's what I will be prepared to continue doing if I have to. Okay, so we're back on the road here, and now I think we just follow the road south. So I think that was a little bit of the dangerous area. Yeah, I think for now, back on the road, I think we're good. Oh, not at all, MF. I am streaming this so I can chat with you guys. It's fun for me. And certainly the areas that I marked down as dangerous, I'll pay a little more attention to the game compared to the chat. Yeah, for sure, Coco. This road feels very Roman to me. Every time I run on this road, I feel like I'm playing some game related to the Roman Empire or something. Looks like the Attian Way. Okay, so we've crossed over. And we haven't. Where are we? Yeah, we gotta still go all the way south to Dunland. We are a long ways away from the next map. But, should be safe. For the rest of this map, anyway. Man, that close call, I don't know how close it was because I didn't even see anything. I just purely reacted to the music. I heard the music switch to combat music and I just started spamming, and by the time I was out of it, I didn't even see what triggered it. Yeah, my notes say to stay on this road until the next map, so I think we're pretty safe here. Yeah, there are definitely fast travel options, MF. As you can see, running from one end of the map to the other in this game takes hours and hours and hours. It's a massive game, so it would not survive without swift travels, and there are plenty of swift travels so you can get around quickly. Your characters learn swift travel, so you can essentially teleport to major areas in the game. Or there are things called stables, so like every town and major town will have stables that you can pay a little bit of silver to quickly travel to another location. Coco, only VIP can use the swift travel? I had no idea. Wow, I had no idea that was the case. I've been a VIP forever, so I guess I wouldn't know. I still remember when the game was in closed beta, there was that thing where if you paid $200, you would get a lifetime membership to the game. And I was too young and without money at the time, so I couldn't afford it. But that was the deal of a lifetime, especially for me that has been playing the game for 18 years now. I've essentially paid for a subscription for 18 years. And I could have just had a lifetime subscription. At the same time, I actually don't mind it too much. I know that sounds weird. What do you mean you don't mind paying for a subscription? Well, I like to support this game. It's a very special game. It's a small developer, right? It's not like this giant AAA game that's like super popular or anything. So I actually feel good about contributing financially to the game to keep them afloat and motivated and going. Still a long way to Dunland. Yeah, Thimmy, sometimes it's a struggle to find your pathing on the stables. Like, you want to get from one place to the other, and you have to figure out, like, what stable connects to what so you can get there efficiently. Sometimes that's a bit of a pain. Got some whites flanking the roads here. I don't think they travel onto the road. All roads do lead to Bree. That is correct. I actually don't know if that's correct, but I believe it. Alright, we made it to Dunland. What do I have here? We gotta go to a fork in the road. We're still going way south. Almost to Galtrev. Some archers. Yeah, I see them. Thankfully, it looks like they stay pretty far away from the road. Let's see on the map. Yeah. We're going to go to Galtrev, and then we're going to go east through Galtrev. Let me stop real quick. Yeah, we're going to go here, east, and then south, and we're going to take that southeast path into the Gap of Rohan, I think. Unless I mistook how I wrote my notes, but I think that's the path we're taking. I'm actually being risky by opening up the map and tracing my path like that, because you never know when something's going to go on the road. I shouldn't do that, unless I'm 100% sure I'm in a safe spot. Yeah, at the rate I've been going, I'll also be playing this game when I'm 90. They release content faster than I can catch up is the problem. It's not really a problem, right? That's actually really cool, but... point is, there's a lot of content to get through. Can you guys believe it? We're not even at the halfway mark yet. We are not even halfway there. And I'm not talking about the playthrough, I'm talking about this chicken run quest. There are stealth mobs here? I did not know that. I thought this was a relatively safe area. Okay, so here we're going to take this road. That's going to take us through Galtrev. Oh, after passing Galtrev. Yeah, Nezradim, I think as you're getting closer to Gap of Rohan, as you're passing that road that goes north to Isengard, I think there are some bad stealth mobs there. Like really bad ones in terms of they'll be like right on the road and everywhere. I think that's one of the areas where you do actually need a little bit of luck to make it through safely. So I think there's a potential run killer coming up here. But for now, we're in a town, so we don't have to worry about anything. Before I leave, we'll open up the map again, and we'll kind of see where that danger area is going to be. Yeah, Galtrev was huge in this game. Like, back in the Rohan expansion days, this was, like, the central place of the game, I think. I think I went the wrong way. I think I'm supposed to go out this northeast road. Yeah, let me, surely this isn't gonna kill me. Okay. Just broken legs. Alright, let's open up the map here. So we're gonna come out here. We're gonna follow this road. We're gonna go to this intersection and then go south. And then I think we're gonna take this southeast path to the Gap of Rohan. Now, in the Gap of Rohan, I think it's like all this area, right? That has the really bad stealth enemies. I want to say. I think that is the problem. Okay. Yeah, there's the lumber camp. I feel like I'm going the wrong way. I feel like this is not what I routed out. Is it that east road that I'm supposed to be taking out? It is the east road. Dang it. I knew something looked wrong here. All right, let me speed up here with my chicken. All right, that's why it's important to kind of reorient yourself every once in a while when you're in a safe spot. You don't want to be going the wrong way as a level 1 chicken. Definitely not. Okay. I think we're back on track here. Yeah, that looked dangerous. I saw those dunlings and I was like, I don't remember this from my routing. I don't think this is the right way. There we go. Here we are. I mean, this is a great place to get lost in, right? If you're going to get lost in a city that's essentially 100% safe. Let's see. Yeah, we should be going the right way. Let me wait for the map to switch over here. And we'll double check. Yeah, so we're going all the way to this little stable and then south. And then to the Gap of Rohan where things could get nasty. Yeah, I think you're exactly right, Nezradim. I think we're going to be out of the woods in terms of stealth mobs for the duration of the run after we make it through the Gap of Rohan, but that's when the mounted mobs begin, and that's a whole nother animal. Because you'll see them, they'll be like, they look like they're impossibly far away from the road, so you think you're safe, and out of nowhere, they'll just charge right at you, and there's nothing you can do. And it's strictly like a luck thing. So the mounted mobs, that is going to be a problem. Okay, so here we're gonna go south, and I think there is gonna be some dodging here. I think this is a sticky area. I think this could be nasty. Have to pay attention here, I think. I don't remember exactly if there are enemies here on the road, but I put a little asterisk here on my notes for this part, so I don't know what I was thinking. I should have been clearer when I was writing. But I see an asterisk, I think danger. Although this has looked pretty safe. Make sure we're on the right road here. We need to go... We need to take the east road here. Yep. See, there's some enemies here up ahead, going close to the road. Yeah, I don't like that. There's an archer right there. Okay, I guess I was correct when I put that little asterisk there. I guess I was trying to tell myself that they'll venture into the road. Yeah, look at that warrior. Be very careful here. Is that crow coming in? Right, he stopped. That skirmisher on the move. Yeah, see, they're definitely patrolling these roads. Easy enough to avoid, though, as long as you're paying attention to the mini-map and your screen. Definitely gonna avoid the hound. Alright, we're surviving and thriving. I think we're about halfway there now. Maybe a little more. See, I'm being a little bold using my swiftness here, my foul fleetness in dangerous areas. I should really save that when it's more appropriate to use, when it's a little safer, you know? That skirmisher right in the middle of the road. Okay. Should be almost out of here. Yeah, almost out of here, and I think now we're gonna have to start worrying about those stealth mobs. So I might pop paranoia a few times coming up here. I went too close to that mob, man. I don't know what I was thinking. It worked out, but I feel like I went closer than I should have. Alright, Eisendale. Yeah, so I think we get stealth mobs here. Gotta be careful. Okay. Let's just do this. Ah, no! No! Ah, that sucks. Oh, that sucks. That was the stealth guy. And I was I don't know what happened. It all happened very quickly. I think it was definitely a stealth guy, right? That ambusher. Because I didn't see it. And I think I was also like opening my map in the middle of it. So I should not open my map there at all. Oh, man. I'll have to go back to the recording and see what happened there, because it just happened too quickly for me to process it. If somebody wants to like rewind real quick on the live stream and rewatch that part and tell me what happened, like did I have my map open or was that a stealth mob that popped out of nowhere? The attack was probably in before the mob came out of stealth. Okay. Ah, that sucks. Alright, so lesson learned. I think once we cross over into Isendale, we need to pop that paranoia. We need to pop paranoia. I need to not look at my map at all. I heard the music. I tried to spam my buttons. You probably saw me trying to spam my buttons for Possum and Fleet Fit, the stealth or whatever. But it was to no avail. It was too late. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take a quick break. Maybe like 3 minutes or something. And I'll try again. Oh, that's annoying. I was like an hour and a half into that. Ah, that's annoying. Okay. I've processed it. I've internalized the pain, and I'm over it. I was salty for a few seconds, but I'm ready to try again. I feel confident. It's gonna take a little break here. Give me like 3 minutes. Alright, my friends. Let's try again. Sorry about that. I know it's probably frustrating to watch me run for an hour and a half only to fail. But I guess that's part of the fun of this quest, and that's part of the reason why I'm streaming this as well, instead of just trying to make an episode out of it, because I figured it would probably take a few attempts in order to be able to actually get it. While I have you all here as my captive audience, though, let me bring something up to you guys. Do you all remember this from way back in the Moria season, years and years ago? All these quests here? You know how you get your class quest in Moria to do some of the dungeons? And then you can also pick up quests to help somebody from a different class do their quest, right? So, I still need to do all of these. So what I'm asking you guys is if you have an alt or you have a character that's one of these classes and you need to do your Moria instance, try to hold off on that and let me know so that way I can go in there and do it with you so I can finally get these quests off my tracker. Because it's very annoying having them here and I do want to get them done eventually. Even the warden one, right? Like, I did my own warden one, but then there's a different one to help another warden do theirs, which is weird. So, yeah, I gotta do that. Okay. Listen to this, my friends. I got a nice beverage. There you go. Got a nice little beverage to help me try this again. All right, Paul. Thanks for stopping in. Always appreciate you stopping to chat and the comments you leave on the videos. And, of course, your membership support. So I'll see you next time. All right, let's do it. Rate wide open. Oh, by the way, guys, I will have to come back and do more chicken quests in the future. I can do Great Wide Open and Free Range, but the There and Bach again, that takes me to Lake Town, which I haven't been to yet. And as you know from the series, I don't like going to a region if I haven't been there yet. So I'll have to come back for the There and Bach again one way in the future. That's all right. 2 chicken quests is enough for now, right? We don't want to be a chicken forever. Okay. Another chicken, another run. This time we're doing a daytime run instead of nighttime. Let me look at Paranoia here. Paranoia lasts for a full minute. That's actually really good. So I could pop that before getting to Eisendale. Let me look at the map again. So we did Lone Lands. We did Trollshaws. Then Eregion. Ended with, man, we ran like crazy. So here's where we screwed up, right? We went through here. Wait, how do I click to the next map? Whatever, let me just come out here. Where is it exactly? Am I going crazy? Rohan. Westfold. No, that's past. Ah, whatever. You know where it was. I'll be careful. All right, let's go. Let's just go. Let's just roll. Onwards. Honestly, I regret playing around with the map because I think what would be cool is to submit this as like a speed run, right? Nobody's ever submitted this as a speed run. So I feel like I could be the first and claim a world record in something. Honestly, that's a pretty cool idea, I think. I think once I release the actual episode for this, in the little intro to it, I'll encourage people to do their own The Great Wide Open and submit their time. See how fast you guys can do it. Unescorted though, no cheating. I hate how this map is like right here. And let me move this again. Oh, wow. Back in the Shire. I can't believe it. It's unfortunate, right? That it was pure unluck that killed that run. Although, can we really say I got unlucky? Even though I ran right into a stealth mob and there was no way for me to know it was there, I would argue that perhaps it was not just bad luck. Perhaps it was me being stupid. I should have used the paranoia. Like, I knew there were stealth mobs. We talked about it leading up to that area, and yet I did not pop my paranoia. So there is an argument to be made that that was a skill-based problem and not a luck-based problem. To be fair, though, I'm not entirely sure how paranoia works. I know it increases the chance of you detecting stealth mobs, but I don't know how, by how much, right? Like, are you guaranteed to see the stealth mobs? Or how does it work exactly, right? The point I'm trying to make is, even if I had popped paranoia, would it have picked up that stealth mob? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, I know there are multiple entrances to Isendale. I kind of have to trust my notes here. I don't know why I decided on that entrance specifically, but I know I made a decision on it. I didn't just randomly pick it. I don't remember why, but I must have had a reason, so I'm just gonna go with that. Unless I come across evidence to the contrary, but I don't want to stop the stream to go do more research or anything. I'm just gonna go for it. I feel like I should move my chat box too. Like, let me move it out of the way here for the chicken. That way, because I know I have my stream chat pop up in this area. That way it's probably easier to read. Didn't think about that until now. Also, there are some pretty sick alerts if people like subscribe to the channel or something. That'll pop up right here. So if you're not subscribed yet, subscribe to the channel, alright? You'll get a nice little alert pop up. It'll be fun, I promise. You know what's weird, talking about subscribers? Is I feel guilty whenever I see my subscriber count going up when I'm inactive, right? Because my channel has been pretty quiet for the last few months as I've been dealing with life stuff and getting my computer fixed and all that. But even through that period, my subscriber count kept going up, and that's really cool, right? But at the same time, it makes me feel guilty. It's like I'm not uploading anything and people are still subscribing. Man, I forgot to turn on my AC during that little break. It's getting hot in here. Yeah, the LOTRO series has grown like crazy. I know I talk about this sometimes in my streams or in some of the episodes, but for the first few years of that series when I started it, it was totally dead. Like, the videos would get like 10 or 20 views each. And then out of nowhere, I guess it just started picking up, and now the playlist alone has like over almost 500,000 views, which is nuts. It's crazy. And most videos in the series now get a few hundred views each, which is pretty awesome. I'm glad people enjoy it. It's really cool. Admittedly, I don't understand you guys. I gotta be honest. I don't understand what's so entertaining about watching it. which seems kind of weird to say, right? It's like, if you don't think it's entertaining to watch, why do you even record it? But the reason I record it is because it's a ton of fun to play and record it and make the series. I just don't know if I would enjoy watching it, if that makes sense. However, I will say that it makes it even more fun for me to record and create it when I know other people are enjoying it. The first video has over 100,000 views. I didn't even know that. I don't go back and check. 100,000, that's crazy. I can't believe we passed the 100,000 mark. You know what really annoys me about having 100,000 views on that video? Is every time I rewatch that video, sometimes I do go back to see like how many views it has, and then I'll like watch the first few minutes of it or something. And it drives me crazy because the audio levels in that video are so bad. Like in the character creation, the music is just totally booming over my voice, and it drives me crazy. Also, because that song was so loud in that first video, the composer for the song put a copyright claim on the video, so they get to put a bunch of ads on that first video and get all the ad revenue from it. So that's also kind of annoying, that one of my most viewed videos ever, like somebody else slaps ads on it and makes money off of it. But it's alright. I really don't do it for the money at all, because I don't make any money doing this. I'm mainly annoyed by the bad audio levels. It drives me nuts. It is crazy to think about, though. Like, I thought I was so professional back then. Like, when I started recording the series, I was like, oh, I got my Blue Yeti mic, and I got good quality recording. It's gonna be great. And then a few years later, I go back and I was like, what was I thinking, man? I didn't know what the hell I was doing. Yeah, that's the other thing, Coco. Like, in the first few years of the series, I was really bad with that, too. Like, of course, I read all the quests, but I was a bad reader back in that time. Not that, like, I was stupid and didn't know how to read. I didn't read with much gusto, you know? And I had the font, like, really tiny, so sometimes I'd be far away from my monitor and I'd, like, read it wrong because I couldn't see anything. I've gotten better at reading the quests, I think. Let me ask you guys while I have you here as well. I've been looking at some of the other quests I have to do in some of these regions that I missed. So there are a few quests in Bree specifically that I was thinking about. Over at Hangstacer Farms, there are quests called Exchange My Pony or Exchange My Horse, and there's a bunch of them. So for example, Exchange my Bay Pony or Exchange My Chestnut Pony, stuff like that. And you can actually pick up the quests. You can talk to the guy, you can pick up the quests, but I'm pretty sure it's impossible to complete because I think those quests were active before they reworked how mounts work. So mounts were actually items instead of skills, and I think you need like the pony item in order to complete the quest, but there's no way to get the pony item. Am I making any sense? You guys know what I'm talking about? Basically, I'm trying to figure out, is there a way to do those quests? Is it possible? I haven't figured out how. But before I just, like, cross them off the list as undoable, I want to triple check. Yeah, there's no reason to notice those quests, Coco. They're totally random and inconsequential and don't give any experience. But as a 100% completionist, you know, I have to dot every I, cross every T. My God, look at all those floaty names. I don't understand people who play with floaty names. Look how ugly that is. Look how much better that is. Ugly? Not ugly. Ugly. Again, only reason I have them turned on for this is so I can more easily see enemies ahead of me. Otherwise, I would totally have it off. Yeah, I'm not too worried about other aspects of the game besides the quests and the deeds. So things like collectibles, like all the pets, all the titles, all the emotes, all that kind of stuff. I'm not worried about those yet. Once I'm caught up in the game and I have every deed and every quest done, then I'll start looking at those other things. Like collecting all the pets, collecting all the mounts, collecting all of the titles, stuff like that. Oh, he gives them under quest. Interesting. So I'll definitely have it to look into it. I don't remember.
What news do you bring, traveler?
Man, that scared me. That notification spooked me, admittedly. But welcome, whoever just subscribed. I can't see it because I don't have the notification viewable on my second monitor here. I wish it would pop up on my chat, like if somebody subscribed. Why is my frame rate looks a little nasty? I always get paranoid when my frame rate looks bad. I always wonder, is it the game? Is it my computer? Is it my internet? I think we're fine, though. Yeah, I think before I got spooked by that subscriber alert, I was saying that I have done the research already. I started building like a spreadsheet of all the quests I need to go back and do in all the regions. And when I was looking at Breland, I don't remember anything specific to what you're referring to.
What news do you bring, traveler?
All right, another subscriber. Welcome in, whoever that was. I'm sorry I can't see. I gotta figure out a way where I can see that, so I can thank you guys by name. So yeah, I think the quests you're referring to, they probably don't pop up under Breland. They probably pop up under like special or something. That's probably why I didn't see them. Yeah, they're probably flagged not by region, but by something different. I'll have to look at that. I was looking through my titles recently, now that you mentioned titles, and one that really stuck out to me was Kippen of Villia. You guys remember the Villia server? Which then made me think that this is my second server transfer, right? I was in Villia server, and then that got consumed, and I had to move over to Brandywine. And then from Brandywine, that got consumed, and I am now on Glamdring. So I'm a veteran of 3 servers. See, now that one did pop up in my chat. Thimmy Gee, thank you so much for joining as a member. That is very generous of you. I appreciate it. It's motivating for me to see like, oh, you got like 6 members. It's kind of fun. I try to make it very cheap, right? You can do it for 99 cents. But yeah, it's kind of fun. Thank you for joining the fellowship. I have to think of more fun things to do for the members. I never want to like lock content behind a membership or anything like that, so I don't really have many incentives, to be quite honest. You get like the little emotes and you can use some emotes. I think that's it, but I am trying to think about different things that I can do as well. Haven't thought of anything for now other than just pure appreciation. I have been on autopilot ever since I left the Shire the second time around. You guys know when you're like driving down the highway and 30 minutes later you're like, wait, how did I get here? Have I been driving this whole time? They call it road hypnosis. I'm definitely experiencing that right now. I'm like, how am I in the Lowlands? I don't even remember running here and looking for mobs. Oh, damn, 2 in a row. Aitor Madeda, welcome in. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. That's very kind of you, very generous. Glad to have you on board as well. Are you Brazilian or Portuguese? That's a very Portuguese sounding name. Brazil, nice. Sou brasileiro também. Nasci no Brasil. Yeah, I was born in Brazil. But I came to the US when I was very little, so I'm more American than I am Brazilian, admittedly. Came to the US when I was 8. Actually headed to Brazil in July. I have a cousin who's getting married and I'm gonna go for the wedding. Pretty excited. Sério? Será que não tem muito brasileiro jogando esse jogo, não? Brasileiro tem em qualquer MMO. Se o jogo for um MMO, tem brasileiro, com certeza. Sorry, everybody else. It's fun for me to see somebody else from Brazil in chat sometimes, and then I bust out the Portuguese, but basically just saying, he was telling me that he doesn't know any other Brazilians who play Lord of the Rings online, and I was saying that Brazilians swarm every MMO. I was saying that if the game is an MMO, for sure there are Brazilians playing it. I don't know what it is about Brazilians, but we love MMOs. 2 things Brazilian people love: MMOs and Disneyland. I don't know what it is about Brazilian people, but they love to take their family on vacation to Disney. Yeah, every once in a while, my Brazilian heritage comes out in a video or something, but I guess there's no reason anybody would know unless they saw that specific video or something. It's not like I try to hide it or anything, it's just not something you're gonna talk about every video. You know, if I fail this attempt, I'm almost tempted to make a live split for this, like a little speedrun live split. So I can look at the splits, you know, like how long did it take me to get from Shire to Bree and from Bree to Lonelands and Lonelands to Trollshaws. Just so I can compare and contrast with the previous runs. I've always been attracted to speedrunning. I've always wanted to do it, but it's a big commitment, so I never fully committed to trying it. I could see once I'm caught up in this game, trying to speedrun things like instances or skirmishes or something like that in the game. I think that could be fun. Look at that spider close to the road. It's a reminder that I should be paying attention. I think we're about the same time as last time. I think it took me about 30 minutes to get to the Trollshaws, somewhere around there. Oh yeah, I love the speed boost, the foul fleetness. The only problem is, like, when it's active, it feels so nice, but then when it goes away, your chicken feels particularly slow. It is funny, like, watching those little chicken legs go. Look at those little things. You can barely see them move. They're so fast. Alright, Troll Shaw's in about 30 minutes. I think that's the standard time. This is where we start having to go off the path a little bit, if you recall. We have to take the river down at the ford. It is really nice seeing all these players on the road, though. It's like I mentioned during the first run, that I've really noticed a lot more players running around since switching over to Glamdring. And that's really cool to see. The server did feel a little bit dead in Brandywine, which was kind of sad. And it always made me paranoid. I'm like, is the game dying? It's not. I think just everybody was spread out over different servers. Wait a second, where am I? I almost took the wrong road there. Forgot about that little fork. The road here in the Troll Shaws is pretty clear, but at the same time, you have to pay attention. Because there's so much terrain and so much shrubbery that sometimes it can kind of blend in and you can get turned around a little bit if you're not careful. So, Thimmy, I guess those legacy servers are still alive, right? Like the non-64-bit servers? I guess they didn't shut them down. They just gave you the option to go to the 64-bit one. Got a road companion here. Vuka of Gondolin. I hope I'm saying your name right, by the way. Thimmy. I'm not sure what to do with that THM, you know? Oh, hey Cam, welcome in. Glad to see you as well in the chat. Yeah, it's been too long, man. I need to be better about my consistency with the channel here. Had a lot of life stuff going on, and then also just trying to figure out the computer situation. Even though I've had the computer back for a bit of time now, I really wanted to super duper test it before I set everything up to start recording and streaming again. Because there's nothing more annoying than like setting everything up, getting everything all right, and then realizing you have to send the computer back. But everything looks pretty stable now. I don't know. My Firefox crashes like crazy, which was the first thing that happened before the computer crapped out on me. So that stresses me out, but that's really the only problem that it has. And I stopped using Firefox. I went to a Chrome-based browser, and I don't have any issues there, so there's no other problem with the computer other than Firefox, but I really cannot explain that problem. And it only happens on this computer. Like, I'll export my Firefox settings and load them on a different computer or a laptop or something, and it works perfectly fine. It's just this computer for whatever reason. So it makes me a little paranoid, but hopefully everything is alright. Yeah, that's what I'm using now, Cam. I'm using Brave. And I agree, it's a really good browser for sure. Alright, almost at the fort here. Then we'll leave the road. I think I can start heading south through here. Gotta be careful with some of the enemies, though. Yeah, let me go through here, actually. No, what am I doing? Why am I climbing? Let me follow the riverbank. Actually, I don't know. I feel like I went on land a little bit before I got in the river on the last run. Maybe I'm going crazy. No, I definitely remember passing these bog lurkers here. Get back in the water, avoid the crawlers, rockworms. Man, it really is a long way. I can't believe I was an hour and a half deep into that thing and lost it. All right, we have our cottage up ahead, so we should be able to get back on the road after this big rock. And then we have that part in Eregion coming up, which is a little sketchy. That part where we're heading straight south outside of the road. That part can be a little sketchy. It's because there are a ton of enemies. But I don't think there are any stealth enemies or anything like that. So as long as I'm careful looking at the mini-map, should be good. Take a wide radius around these river toads. You definitely don't want to get chased in the water because, as you can see, you swim very slowly, so you're not going to get away. Another fellow adventurer here. All right, Eregion. The first part of this, up until we get to Ekad Eregion, is fairly safe. Path is a little windy, but as long as we stay on the road, there's not too many danger. After we pass Ekad Eregion, that's when it gets a little sketchy. Alright, so the road kind of fades a little bit here. Or maybe a little further ahead. Yeah, it's this spot here where the road disappears. So it's mildly sketchy here. Not too bad. As long as I pay attention to the mini-map. Then I can just follow the arrow on the mini-map to the town. Ah, man, that Lynx is trying to intercept me. Just come around this way then. Alright. Ekadi Region. Nice little milestone. Let me trace my path here again before we continue. So, yeah, we're not going to be following the road here. We're going to be going straight south. Yeah, basically south all the way to this ford. And this is where it can get a little weird. Alright. I don't know if this guy is just questing or following me around. Is this one of you guys in the stream? Toop1? Hope for the hopeless? I don't know. The title is a little poetic, right? Because I feel a little hopeless on this chicken quest. But yeah, let's just go south. Yeah, this area is sketchy because you're not on the road. There are a lot of enemies, but it's also not bad because you can see every enemy. They're not stealth. They're not mounted. They're easy to avoid as long as you're being careful and paying attention. I appreciate the help here from Toop, but I don't need it. At least not in this part, I don't think. So again, this part, I want to keep that fort up ahead to my left. This part is a little sketchy with the half-orcs, but I'll just be careful. Take a wide radius around them. Especially around the scouts, I think they're arranged. And then from here, we should go essentially just straight south. Maybe a little east as well. Need to be going a little bit to the east. Too far west for my liking. Dolhod is a nice landmark that I am aiming for, so I'm headed in the right direction. Then a little southeast. Pretty good off-roading here. And it looks like I've joined back up with the road. Feel pretty comfortable here. All right, ended with. We've made it to another map. There's a lot of road following here. I don't think there's too much I need to worry about, except in Windfells, it can get a little sketchy. But I don't think there are any stealth mobs or anything like that. A little windy, but safe. So this is another area where it can get a little sketchy. We're going to be off-roading. That's right, this is Lone Lands music. Didn't even notice until you brought it up. Yeah, so no road here. We're going to go generally southwest. And then once we hit Windfells, it's going to get a little sketchy. I think in Windfells is when I had to do my emergency button mashing in the last run. So I'll try to be extra careful here. I guess there's like a little faint road here to follow. But we're just going to generally off-road. Don't want to have to do any button mashing this time, but I'm prepared to. That guy's coming in. Man, I hate when the little red dots like kind of close in around you and close out any escape route. Getting a little nervous here. Here we go, the Windfells. This is last time where something snuck up on me. I don't know what it was. It is some weird off-roading here for sure. It's not the most comfortable thing in the world to do. We should be meeting up with the road again here pretty soon, and then it'll get safe again. And there we go. We're at the road. We've made it to another stretch of relative safety. Let me check something real quick. All right. Just checking on the stream, making sure everything is all right there. In case anything does happen to the stream, I am doing a local recording as well for an episode. Long road south here, all the way to Dunland. Oh, is there a quicker path, Coco, that's blocked off by brigands? I didn't even know when I was routing this. This is just like what I knew to do. It's the only way I know. All right, about an hour into the run. And I'm really regretting not turning on my AC because I'm starting to sweat a little bit, actually. Hot summer day outside. I would love to get this quest completed and then go out and enjoy the sunshine a little bit. That road just stretches on, as Bilbo would say. Down from the coop where it began, exactly. It is always crazy revisiting some of these older maps and just reminiscing on how long ago it was that I came and quested through here. Alright, Dunland. This time I will take the correct path through Galtrev. Alright, we're going to take this road east to Galtrev. And then before I exit Galtrev, I'll probably open up the map again and kind of retrace my immediate path. Try to figure out where I need to be careful, where I should pop my paranoia. You're eating fried chicken? That feels disrespectful considering what I'm doing. This poor little chicken trying to run from the Shire to Minas Tirith, and you're over there just enjoying the fried chicken while I'm stressing out trying to safely maneuver this little poultry friend here. No respect for the danger I'm undergoing here. No respect at all. Just licking your fingers with the deliciousness of fried chicken. Admittedly, it is delicious. Alright, so I think it's the east path here. Wait a second. This way. Up the hill. Right? It looks right on the map, but in my visual here, it looks wrong somehow. No, it's correct. Alright, so there's the gate out. Let me open up the map. So we're going to go all the way here. And then we're going to go south. And then this road is pretty dangerous. If you remember from the first attempt, there are a bunch of enemies along this road that I'll have to be careful to avoid. And then we'll be in the Gap of Rohan. This is where I got killed, right? It was right when I crossed over? Or am I making that up? No, yeah, it was right here. I got killed right here as I crossed over. So I'll have to pop my paranoia before I make that crossing. Yeah. So I'm going to play it super safe. So instead of popping it like right here, like once I'm here-ish or something, I'll probably pop it because it lasts for a minute. It's a 2-minute cooldown, but it lasts for a minute. All right. Let's go. Let's do it. I'll pop the paranoia and hope for the best. I think there's still going to be some luck required, but I think that's kind of what makes the run fun, right? It's not fun, it's not exciting if there's no risk or danger. If it's a guaranteed journey, then it's not exciting. So we'll see if we can make it through. And that's not even the most dangerous part of the run, you know? It's perhaps the most unpredictable, maybe? But there are more dangerous areas ahead with the mounted units. Again, I just don't know exactly how paranoia works, so I don't know how good it actually is at detecting stealth mobs, or if it even is going to make much of a practical difference at all. Just gotta hope. It's better than not using it, I guess, at the very least. And then I will probably save my foul fleetness for that little area with the stealth enemies as well. So I'll probably, you know, I'll make it through this area a little slower, but I think I'm just going to hoard the foul fleetness for that area. That way, if there's a stealthy ambusher trying to sneak up on me, I'll be running really fast, and hopefully it cannot catch me. But sometimes you run straight into them, right? Because you can't see them. Who knows? But I'm just going to give myself the best chance at surviving. Alright, so now we're going to go south, and this is where there can be some enemies on the road. So I'll pay attention here. I also... Hold on, let me like take a quick look at something. So right here, what are the coordinates here? 83.6. So at around 83.6 south, that's when I'll pop my paranoia. You know, I said I'll pop my paranoia when I get there. But the funny thing is, outside of the game, I'm already feeling the paranoia. My paranoia already popped. Getting a little nervous here. We're about halfway through the run. Maybe a little less. Oh, which way is it? Oh, yeah, this is east. Okay, this way. Man, and the music's getting ominous. Getting a little nervous. Yeah, I'm trying to pay attention here. This whole little area, this road here leading up to where the stealth enemies are, is already a little nervous to begin with. Oh, and there's a little Isengard jingle, man. It's really teasing me. It's letting me know. This is no place for a chicken. Alright, we're getting there. I don't know if 83 is the correct spot to pop it. That might be way too early. That might be too ambitious. I just don't know when the right time to pop the paranoia is. Because sometimes, like, the map will change way ahead. Like, before the actual visual. So, I don't know. Alright, right here. I'm popping the paranoia, and I'm running. That was too early. The map changed. Oh, this is the wrong spot. Oh, no. I popped way too early. I freaked out. I didn't keep my cool. Oh, no. I popped it too early. Ah, that sucks. Alright, how long do I have? I have 30 seconds left on it. That's not good. I popped it way too early. Oh, that was bad. Oh, no. Well, that sucks. That's annoying. We're gonna have to just raw dog this. We're gonna have to get lucky now. We're gonna have to get lucky. Yeah, that's the great irony. I lost my paranoia due to extreme paranoia. You think I should recharge? You guys think I should recharge? How long is this? Yeah, it's only 40 seconds. Of course. Yeah, let's do it. Let's recharge. Where am I? See, I should be popping it right here. I should be popping it at around 85.2 or something. All right, let me just wait for this. Okay, very good. Let's do it. Let's do it. What? Oh, come on. The paranoia didn't do anything. The paranoia did nothing. What was the point of that? Well, that sucks. The paranoia didn't do anything, right? Am I going crazy? Like, I didn't detect that enemy until it killed me. That's what I thought with the paranoia. Before going into this, I remember thinking that it doesn't really do anything. It's not as advertised, and I feel like that kind of confirmed my suspicion. Yeah, what a useless skill. It's supposed to help you see stealth mobs, but it didn't help me at all. It was the mob attacking me that ultimately revealed a mob. It wasn't... Even when the mob was like 2 meters away from me, it didn't pick it up, right? So, I don't know. I wonder if I do have to take another path. I wonder if I have to take another path. Wonder if I have to take, like, the middle? No, no. I don't know. Yeah, I think you're right, Coco. I'm pretty sure it's the same mob because I remember the first run I got killed immediately when the map switched over. And this time I also got killed almost immediately after the map switched. Huh. I mean, there are 3 ways into the gap. And then well, I guess 4-ish. Could go that way. That seems excessive. Yeah, I'm not going to come through here. That makes no sense. I don't think, anyway. I'm just not sure what to do. What's a swift travel around here? Galtrev? Let me go to Galtrev. Let me investigate, I guess. Let me go investigate the region. Sorry, guys. Sorry for the failure. It kind of sucks to fail in the same spot twice.
I
have not seen your kind before.
Let me investigate this road. Let me investigate both roads. I'm going to investigate this one, and then I'm going to investigate that one as well. The problem is, I may not necessarily pick up the stealth mobs, right? See, I picked up a stealth here. Where is it? Where is it? The little thing came up above my head like I detected a stealth mob, but I don't see it. There it is. See, there's the ambusher. Let me look at the behavior. So it crosses the road, which is bad news. It's like right next to the road. I'm just going to sit here and watch it a little bit and see what its movement pattern is. Alright, so it does go pretty far away from the road, which is nice. It goes very far away from the road. But sometimes it's right on it, so it might just be a luck thing. But let me see, because if it doesn't go on the east side of the road, if it just goes on the road and west of the road, then I could follow east of the road, right? That's why I want to stalk the movement pattern. Just gonna watch it for a few minutes. I know it's boring work, but we must do the research. If you fail twice in the same spot, that sucks. If you fail 3 times, you're just an idiot, right? So I gotta do my research here. I'm not just gonna blindly try to run through here again and hope for the best. The reason I did it again the second time is because I thought that maybe the paranoia would have helped me detect the ambusher and made a difference. But since it didn't do anything, now we have to look more in depth. Yeah, you're probably right about hugging the rock wall. I just want to watch the mob a little bit more. And then I'll go investigate the rock wall and see if there are any ambushers around there. This isn't even the one that killed me. The one that killed me is further north. Yeah, I don't know. The pattern is kind of random, but it seems like it's mostly west of the road that it loiters. Yeah, this is like a Schrodinger's cat thing, you know, it's changing its behavior just because I'm observing it, and as soon as I'm not observing it, it's just going to sit like right here on the road and east of the road where I'm going to try to go through. Guaranteed. Alright, I think I'm almost done watching this one. Let me watch it move one more time. Oh, Thimmy, thank you for looking at that. That's interesting to note. So on the first run, she was left, and on the second, she was right. That is good to know. So this southern one by the red circle seems to be on the east side of the road. Although we can't guarantee that, you know, when we come running through here. Okay, so I got killed somewhere here. I need to find it. Where's that stupid mob? Do you guys mind going back and getting me the coordinates for where I died? If you don't mind. Rewinding the stream a little bit and finding the coordinates. Around here somewhere. Of course, as like I'm on my regular character running up and down the road. Nobody's ambushing. That's so annoying. $85.4, 8.1. So literally right here. Literally in the middle of the road. I'm not seeing an ambusher. Let me take like a wider circle here. Thank you for checking that, by the way. I do appreciate it. I don't know, is it just that difficult to pick up the stealth unit? Yeah, I don't know. Weird. Which makes me concerned, right? Because we know for sure there's a stealth mob around here somewhere, and I can't uncover it. So that makes me worried, like if I scout the rock wall here, just because I'm not seeing anything doesn't mean there's nothing here. That's the problem. Although, I kind of just want to go off of the assumption that I should just hug that rock wall. So let's see. So let's say when I get to 85 south, I will go east to the rock wall. Alright, and then at the rock wall, I will go south and just hug it. Let's see what things look like here. Can I hug it all the way? There's a hound. So, yeah, I mean, obviously I'll have to dodge a few enemies along the way. But, hopefully the ambushers are not this far away from the road. Yeah, this isn't the... Well, I don't know. There's a Dunlington there. So if there's a raider, there could be an ambusher. Who knows? And it's not the easiest to avoid the mobs here. You can see they're like pretty close. But I still think it's probably worth trying to hug this wall. Stay northish of the road. Problem is, I don't know, like, how far along the road the ambushers are. Like, how far in do I have to get until I'm safe? But it seems like the move is indeed to avoid the road as much as possible in this little stretch. Be a little bit tricky navigating through here with these enemies, so I'll have to pay close attention, of course. However, I am not detecting any stealth mobs. Doesn't mean they're not there. And then we go through here. Once we're on the road, just east through the river. And then from here, I think we automatically go through. Yep. All right. Very good. And then this area is also kind of dangerous when you're going through Martin. So I think for here, we need to be south of the road because there's a mounted unit that patrols this road, especially in the town itself. So we need to go like south of it. It's crazy to think this is like the halfway point. Where's that mounted mob that patrols here? There's for sure one of them. Yeah, right there. That's why you need to be south of the road, because this one can just zoom into the road without a warning. Look at that. See? See how quick that happens? It's freaking mounted mobs, man. That's going to be a whole nother nightmare. Imagine surviving that stealth ambusher part and then getting killed by that mounted guy there. And then from here, it's relatively safe to Kingstead. Alright. Well, back to the Shire. Alright, guys. I think I have one more attempt in me today. If we fail this one, I don't think I can try a fourth time. Been streaming for over 3 hours. Level 200 quest. Might as well be, right? All right, I feel good about our scouting. I think you guys are correct. I think the move is to hug the wall there. Clearly, the ambushers are stalking the road, and the paranoia is not good enough to detect them. Again, it's not guaranteed that there aren't ambushers north of the road along that rock wall, but I think it's an alternative that we should try. I'll still pop the paranoia there just in case, but we'll see. All right, the grade wide open. Try number 3. Here we go. Am I dropping frames, by the way? How is the stream quality looking? Like I told you guys at the beginning of the stream, my goal for the stream is not necessarily to complete this quest, but to have a successful, problem-free stream. That's the real goal here. Okay. Let me move all the UI stuff. Let me move the chat. It's been running smooth as a chicken. I am glad to hear it. Actually, I don't know if I am glad to hear it because this chicken has not been running very smooth if you think about it. There's been 2 deaths. I've gotten eaten twice. I can probably do this whole thing all the way to the Fords of Bruinen with my eyes closed by now. You know, if anybody plays the game, you guys should be doing this with me, you know? Not as a free people escort, but as a chicken, you know? Come do the chicken quest. That way we can be 2 chickens trying to avoid mobs along the way. Maybe next time. If I fail this before I start the next run, I'll see if anybody wants to join. I think there are some annoying prerequisites, though, in order to be able to do this. I think you have to do a bunch of other chicken play quests before you can unlock this one. So probably a lot of people aren't even eligible for it. Yeah, we definitely need to do some event for the viewers of the series, right? I feel like it's gotten big enough now where we could get some people together and do something. Like a skirmish night or something. I don't know. I'll think about it. The reason I haven't thought about those sorts of things is I figured it's probably something that I would do at endgame, right? Once I'm max level, then we can kind of organize some raids or skirmishes or something. But a chicken run's not a bad idea. Plus, at least before the server merger, the viewers were kind of dispersed between the different servers. there weren't as many people on Brandywine where I was. But I'm assuming now there are more people in Glamdring. It's crazy to think that we are at 32.3 south. And the spot where I'm going to hug the wall is at 85 south. We have to go 53 units south from here. That's crazy. It is kind of scary to think that this is the easy of the chicken quests. The free range one is apparently insanely more difficult than this one. And 3 times as long. So you can be playing for 5 hours and then fail. Man, I also need to consider my hard drive space. I forgot that I'm doing a local recording of this in like super high quality, 1440p, 60 frames per second. Higher quality than what's being streamed. So I need to keep that in mind as well, because the 3.5 hour stream, I don't know how big that file is going to be, or even if I have space for it. So I hope that will be alright. I hope this stream doesn't get interrupted by a hard drive full message. I'll worry about that if and when it happens. AKA, like, right before I jump from Minas Tirith, everything just explodes and says hard drive full, and the game crashes. Now that would be classic Renaissance gaming. What happened there? Sometimes the game pauses like that to like reload the textures or something. Stresses me out. Move, move, little chicken. Got places to be. I do want to get this quest done so I can move on with the series, right? I want to be able to record a bunch of the other episodes. I want to get to Mordor and record like a regular season. I'm itching to do that, so it's another reason to be motivated to get this quest done. Man, what a loading screen. Took forever. You know, Cam, somebody asked that earlier, and I don't know if I'm qualified to answer that question. Just because I have played a good chunk of the game since the server merger. Mainly non-recording. I was practicing gambits and kind of testing and all that. But I don't think I've played enough on the new server to really be able to tell if there's been a difference or not. What I can't say is I haven't really experienced any significant lag issues. So I don't know. I don't know what that means. To be fair, like, I never really experienced really bad lag issues during the whole time I've done the series. I think where it most affected me was in Minas Tirith. When I did the Minas Tirith season, that place was a lag fest. That place was difficult. So I think that would be a good benchmark, is basically kind of going through that area and seeing if there's a difference. Which I guess if I successfully complete this quest, that is exactly where we're headed. So we might find out soon enough. And by soon, I mean in like 2.5 hours. If all goes according to plan. No achievements. Nezerdim, again, just every quest that I have not been able to do in every region. So, for example, in the Shire, the only ones I have are the chicken ones. And then Ered Luin I know there was one quest where I'll have to artificially do. If you remember, like in the early regions of the game, the developers will put in these vector quests where it would send you from one region to another. And sometimes if you did one of those vector quests, it would lock out the others. So there are a couple of those vector quests that I want to do in Ered Luin that I'll have to like artificially do. And then in Bree, there are the horsing around quests that I never finished that were part of the Rohan expansion. So I'll be doing that. And then there were some quests that I didn't do in the Great Barrow just because I wanted to keep moving on with the series. So there are like the random ones that pop up every time you do a Great Barrow instance. So I'll want to do that. Stuff like that. Basically just hitting up some quests. There are a decent chunk of quests I do need to do. But the most annoying part is not actually doing the quests. It takes a lot of time and a lot of work to actually figure out exactly what quests I missed and which ones are even in the game and eligible for me to do. That takes a lot of time and it's very frustrating. And I've been doing that. I have like a spreadsheet, but there's more work to be done there, unfortunately. And I've already started recording little bits and pieces here or there that I'm going to kind of stitch together. So while I'm kind of waiting around until I'm able to stream and get these chicken quests done, I am recording little bits and pieces of the other things as well. That way, hopefully, once I do finish all the chicken quests, I can just quickly thereafter start uploading episodes of everything else. I was hoping to solo some of the Great Barrow things, but in order for those Great Barrow quests to pop up, the quest can't be gray, right? So you have to do the instance at least 8 levels below your own. If you do 9 or higher, then you don't get the quest. So I think I can solo those instances. The problem is the Thatter one, the second part of Great Barrow. There's that one part where the little limelight things pop up and you have to kill them within a certain amount of time and they spawn at different ends of the room and stuff like that, so there's no way to solo that. You need at least more than one person. Nesredim, I think you're talking about the Bingo Boffin quests, where Bingo Boffin over in the Shire sends you all over the place. Yes, that is still in the game, but I am going to save that for later as well. Maybe not. Maybe I'll do it right now. I don't know. I was thinking I'd do like this world tour, clean up old quests, and then at another point in the game, come back and do the Bingo Boffin. Because I don't want this little interlude before Mordor to drag on for too long. I just kind of want to do a little bit of cleanup and then move on with my life, right? I don't want to get stuck doing all these little things along the way. I want to make sure I'm progressing. But a cleanup is long overdue, right? I haven't done like one of these cleanup sessions in years. So I definitely do need to do that. I can't keep putting it off. Yeah, that's what I thought, Thimmy, that it's a very big quest line, so I figured it's better to kind of do that a little bit later. Maybe after Mordor, I don't know. We'll see. I didn't plan to do it before Mordor. I was planning on doing the deeds in the Troll Shaws that they added, the further adventures of Bilbo Baggins, and then the further adventures of Elrond's sons. I think those are relatively short enough to where I could squeeze them in here. Maybe a couple episodes each. Yeah, I know they're like 10 quests each, but I think they're relatively quick, right? I think it's about an hour for the full thing for each one of them, so about 2 hours of content, which I think is fair. So as I'm going through Troll Shaw's, cleaning up the quests there, I think I'll probably do those. Oh, what boss or what pet did you get? Man, now that you say that, I got a little flashback to when I got my Tangle Root. I still cannot believe I got a Tangle Root. That was crazy, man. I got it on like a Willow Tree check too, which is like 1 in 14,000. Absolute insanity. The Gargoyle. That sounds sick. I'm a big fan of gargoyles, but I am not familiar with that pet, nor am I familiar with that boss. Cam, I was actually hoping that I could have finished the chicken run quest here on my first attempt, so I could have streamed a little bit of RuneScape after as well, but unfortunately that's not going to happen, because this is my last run for today no matter what. I've been going for 3.5 hours, so whether I succeed or fail, I'm going to have to call it after this one. At least for now. Maybe I'll come back later tonight or tomorrow, who knows. But I do want to get back into RuneScape a little bit too, although I really am trying to prioritize Lord of the Rings Online and editing Pokemon Crystal, because I've been promising these for like a year now. I can't keep putting it off. Too many games, too little time. But yeah, in old school RuneScape, what I was doing was I started recording the Karamja Easy Diary as an episode, and then at the end of it, I decided that I was going to tack on to the end of it the Brimhaven Agility course until I unlocked every reward, right? So I started streaming Brimhaven Agility until I have enough tickets to unlock every reward, and that's kind of where I am with that. So once I finish that through streaming, then I can kind of stitch that towards the end of the Karamja Easy Diary episode and release that episode and move on with my life. Cam, that is a possibility, yes. In fact, that's how most people do this quest, is they'll organize a chicken run with like their kinship or something. So a few people will be running as chickens, and other people will just start clearing and killing every mob along the way. That's how most people do it. However, I am not requesting assistance because this can be done solo, and I think it's more fun if I tried to do it solo. It's painful, right? Because you've seen me invest 3 hours into 2 failed runs, but I think it's more exciting that way, and I think it'll be more satisfying as well once I do get it. It also provides stream content, right? Because I get to stream this for you guys and interact with you guys, so it's fun. At the same time, if there happens to be somebody on the road as I'm crossing it and they're killing mobs, I'm not going to sit there and wait until they leave. You know, I'll take advantage of the opportunity, but I'm not going to specifically ask somebody to come help or anything like that. If I get killed by a stealth mob again, though, I might do a little bit more research. Isn't there Isn't there a class that can detect all stealth mobs? Is it like the hunter? Do hunters have a skill that allow you to see stealth mobs for a few minutes or something? Or am I making that up? Or burglar? I don't know if that's a thing. Because I think when I was investigating a little earlier with my warden, I'm pretty sure that I ran by some stealth mobs that I was not able to detect. It would be nice to know exactly where they are and what their roaming path is. That way, when I go through that area, I can avoid them, right? Oh, hey, Anna. Good to see you in chat. Hunters can track them. Okay. I'm not going crazy. I knew that was a thing. Do you know what level that skill is? Is it like a high level skill, or could I use like a low level alt? Actually, I guess I probably cannot use a low level alt because it's a high level region anyway. Oh, no worries. I give love to the lurkers too. I appreciate the lurkers. Usually when I'm watching somebody else's stream, I'm a hardcore lurker, so definitely no need to apologize. You enjoy the stream the way you want to enjoy it. And if that's lurking, that's all good with me. I don't know how long you've been lurking, but if you got here recently, this is my third attempt today. We got to the hour-and-a-half mark on both runs. We died at the exact same spot, and we died at Isendale. In Isendale, there are some stealth ambushers that are right on the road, and they got me both times. Yeah, nothing's crashed. The internet hasn't crapped out on me. Apparently, according to you guys, I'm not dropping any frames. So to me, with just that, that is a big success. That's all I want, you know? When I spent a ridiculous amount of money on this computer, and I pay every month for like the best internet I can get here, I'm not paying for those things specifically. I'm paying to just be able to play the games, record them, stream them without having to worry about any of the technical issues. And unfortunately, that has not been the case. I'm always having problems. So it's nice to stream and not have issues. That's all I want. Oh, okay, Hannah, so you've been here a little while. Hopefully this is the last time you see me running through the last bridge here. Actually, it's definitely not the last time. The other chicken quests will definitely take me through here. Yeah, Cam, I think that is more related to the game itself and nothing on my end. At least I hope. I have noticed a few areas, especially here in the Troll Shaws where we are about to enter, that there is a little bit of stuttering that happens. We made it here a little faster than last time. I think last time I was here, it was at 7:28 instead of 7:31. Stupid fly, man. Ran right in my path. Just like to double check my map every once in a while here in the Troll Shaws. No, they do not delete characters. Your character should still be available. I think the problem is, I want to say that you can no longer transfer them to the 64-bit servers for free, unless you're a VIP. Because for a while, they let anybody and everybody transfer their characters for a certain window of time, but I think that time has closed. But your character should still be on whatever server they were on, because I don't think they actually deleted any server, right? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I think all of the old servers are still there. They just allowed people to move out of them. Okay, you can transfer until the end of August. Wow, okay. I thought the window already closed, but that's a big transfer window. So yeah, Cam, even if you don't anticipate playing the game anytime soon, I would probably still try to transfer your characters, just in case you ever want to play again. Yeah, so the two 64-bit servers, there's one that's just like a normal server, which is the one I'm on, and then there's one that's specifically for roleplay. You're not like forced to roleplay or anything, but people who are into that kind of gravitate towards that server. So the server I'm on is Glamdring, and I was talking about it before you joined the stream, but I'm very impressed with it because I've noticed so much more traffic here. I'm sure you guys have noticed it too, like me just running on the roads. We're seeing a lot of people on the roads doing quests and walking around. Speak of which, there's one just running around. Normally, I wouldn't see that kind of stuff on Brandywine. Brandywine felt kind of dead almost. It might be because in Brandywine, I don't know if it was like a European server or something. It wasn't technically a European server, but I noticed like the Russians made their home in Brandywine, it seemed like. Like, world chat was 80% in Russian. So maybe just not many American people were on there. And the time zones might have messed things up. I don't know. Yeah, it's a lot of people running past me on the road, and you also have to consider that these are the oldest regions of the game, the oldest low-level regions, right? So it's kind of cool to see even these, I don't want to say irrelevant, right? But not active regions have so much activity. That's right, Cam. I am on the Glamdring server. I forgot what the roleplay one. I think it's called. Is it Paragon? I don't know. Whatever the roleplay server is, somebody stole my name. Before I could claim my name in that server, somebody named a character Kippen. It's kind of annoying. Thankfully, that's not the server I wanted to end up on. I did want to end up on the Glamdring server, and nobody had stolen my name there. But I figured I would, like, lock my name in the other server as well, just... I don't know. Since the series is so big on YouTube, I don't want any impersonators on any of the other servers. I know that sounds... I hope that doesn't sound like... I don't know. It just seems like I wouldn't want another Kippen running around, because you never know what they're doing. Some weird people out there, you know? People love to troll. I could definitely see somebody stealing my name and then, like, doing shenanigans on World Chat. Yeah, my arch nemesis, Evil Kippen. Why am I in the water instead of the bank here? It's the real question. The developers did mention that if anybody stole your name, that you could submit a ticket and they would look into it. And for people like streamers or content creators, that they would definitely look into it. So I think even if somebody had stolen my name here on Glamdring, I feel pretty confident that the developers would have helped me out. I just never bothered to tell them about the other server since I'm not playing there, so it's not like, it's not the end of the world. Just know the only official Kippen is on Glamdring. If you hear somebody else on another server, it's a phony, it's a fake. Don't fall for the scam. I could see Evil Kippen standing outside of Bree saying, "Give me 3 gold and I will feature you in the next video." Yeah, I hope whoever took that name actually did so genuinely and is enjoying it. That would make me happy. I hope it wasn't just like a malicious, let me steal the YouTube content creator's name for no reason. I hope it's somebody just enjoying it. It is a great roleplay name as well, you're right. Man, good luck to that Hobbit Warden. Before kind of getting back into this game and finishing up that finale a week ago, like I mentioned, I was practicing like crazy on the Warden, just getting really comfortable with the rotations. And it really made me appreciate how difficult of a class it really is to play. Like, you can definitely play it and be alright. I would say it's medium to play, but extremely difficult to master. I definitely feel a lot more comfortable playing as a warden after the hours I put in practicing recently. But I realize also that I'm still kind of a crappy warden and there's a long road to go to. I never worried about practicing too much until I get to the end game, because things kind of change with your gear and your skills and what you can do with your trait points. But yeah, there's a long way to go for me to be a really good warden. Super complex class. I love it. I love playing warden. I love that there is a really high ceiling for mastery, because you can always improve, which is really cool. But at the same time, if I could go back and do it over, I would probably pick a different class, just so it would be a little bit more streamer friendly, right? Because sometimes it's hard to record and talk and be interactive, I guess, while also trying to think about your rotations and how to build your gambits. It's a lot going on at once. But yeah, out of my most recent practice sessions, there were so many things as a warden that I was not utilizing, which is kind of frustrating because the warden is so powerful and I was barely taking advantage of that. The main thing, like I mentioned in that finale, was the cauterizing steel, which is like one of the biggest hitting things in the whole game out of all classes, and I never used that. So I've incorporated cauterizing steel into what I'm doing. And then also I wasn't doing... Hold on, let me think for a little bit here. I gotta remember what I'm doing. Oh yeah, south to Ikad Iregion. That's right. Can be a little sketchy here. But yeah, cauterizing steel I put in my rotations. I was not using adroit maneuver either. That's a gambit that increases your attack speed by like 17% or something like that, which is definitely worth the investment. Like you do an adroit maneuver and then you can just build gambits so much faster for like a minute. So that's something else I've incorporated. Just making sure I'm keeping my Warden's Triumph up at all times, which is a gambit that you build that increases your damage by like 10% or something. And then Javelin of Deadly Force, I've used a lot, but I wasn't like very religious about it. That essentially just gives you another 5% damage on the enemy that got hit with it. So just a lot of things I was not doing as a Warden that I should have been. Another one that I never used was the Dark Before Dawn, which is actually a super, super cool gambit. It restores your power in a very powerful way. It doesn't give you like a little bit of power. It really just restores a ton of power. So I started using that as well when I'm running low on power. I made a lot of improvements. I'm excited to be able to show that off once I actually get to some content. Yeah, you're right, Cam. One of my favorite gambit lines is the Fist Shield. And in order to use Fist, it's a screaming gambit. So that's why I scream a lot, especially in the early videos. It's because I loved building the Fist Shield gambits, and that requires a lot of screaming if you're not building them too efficiently. I also timed all of the attacks. I downloaded a plugin, and I used that plugin to time all the attacks to figure out like what the most efficient way to build gambits is. So that was helpful as well. Now, the timing of the attack actually changes depending on what weapon you're using. So, for example, if you're using a spear, the attack time is going to be different than if you're using like a club or a sword or something. But for the spear, your spear builder and your shield builder take about the same exact time to execute. But the fist builder takes a little longer. So if at all possible, you don't want to use fist. Only use fist if you have to, because it is one of the longer skills in terms of how long it takes to execute. So then I kind of designed my gambit builders and how I build gambits around that timing, right? So trying to use more spear and shield compared to fist. Which also, as I just described, will equate to less screaming, because fist is the screaming gambit. Alright. Ecod Eregion. This is another kind of sketchy area. Going off-road here to the south. But no stealth mobs or anything like that to worry about. Just gotta avoid them from the mini-maps. Sometimes they close in around you and cut off your path, but nothing that's totally unavoidable. A little risky going in between these two, but I'm gonna do it. Worked out for me. Really shouldn't take risks like that, though. This area is a little sketchy with the half-orcs. This is where your path can kind of close off a little bit. Just pay attention. See, this is a little sketchy here. I don't like it. Kind of wait for that commander. Want to take a wide girth around that scout, because... Oh, no! Ah, run! Okay. Oof. Man. I spammed... Oh, not again! Oh, run, dude! Okay. Alright, man. I am spamming my emergency skills like crazy. And it paid off. I survived somehow. Wow. Okay. Where am I going? I don't even know where I'm going anymore. Oof. Yeah, the possum impersonation, man. I'm telling you, it comes in clutch. The secret is to not stop moving as you're pressing possum impersonation every half second or so. And then you can drop aggro if they pick it up. Not always, but most of the time. The problem is if a ranged unit locks onto you, you're just screwed regardless. Because then they don't have to catch up to you. They can just shoot you and one-shot you. So I don't know what happened there. I just heard combat music and I spammed my emergency skills and got out of it. I am proud of my reflex here. I've saved... Yeah, I saved myself once in the first run and twice now in the second run. And I did so pretty well. The problem is the stealth mobs, man, because there's nothing to save yourself from because they reveal themselves by attacking you, right? So it's immediately too late. I'm a little too west here. I need to go east a little bit. Should be joining up with the road here momentarily. Get to enjoy another period of relative safety for a little bit. It's the other area that gets a little sketchy here before the Great Road. Gotta go generally in a southwest direction. Lots of mobs to avoid, though. Especially when we hit windfills. Gets a little weird in that area. Too many red dots on my mini-map, man. It's a little spooky. You know, now that I'm playing the game, I'm thinking I still have not seen War of the Rohirrim that came out. Have any of you guys seen War of the Rohirrim? Came out a while ago now. It came out in December. Can't believe I still haven't watched it. It was a pretty good movie. That's good. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, because I'm sorry to say to anybody who likes this, but the Rings of Power is just unmitigated disaster. I have to say. So if you're telling me that the movie was good, that makes me happy. A little bit of redemption for the Lord of the Rings franchise. Should be hitting the road here soon, and once we make it to that road, it's a long period of safety. There's really not too much that can get me there. It should be safe for the next 5 minutes or so. Yeah, so we're pretty much safe until the area where we died. We make it to Galtrev, and then that road south to the Gap of Rohan's a little sketchy. No stealth enemies, no mounted enemies, but they're sprinkled along the road, so I just gotta avoid them. And then we'll be at the Gap of Rohan, where we die twice. Yeah, maybe I'll watch it soon. Maybe I'll watch it tonight, even. Who knows? I probably should. As somebody who considers himself a giant Lord of the Rings dork, it's a little sad that I have not seen it. I'm pretty sure I brought this up in my series multiple times, but I watched Return of the King in theaters 13 times when it came out. Isn't that crazy? 13 times. Yep, that's right, Cam. 13 times when it came out, and I think there were a couple of times where they did like special events or something where they like showed the extended editions for like a 10-year anniversary or something. So I think, yeah, when it first came out, I watched it 13 times, and then I think maybe 2 more times in special events or something. I was a kid back then, though, so it was like the world was simpler. I didn't have any responsibilities. I could just go to the movies and enjoy, you know? Came out in 2003, so I guess I was 13. Yeah, I remember I could play the movie in my head if I had to. I had it basically memorized. Yeah, who knows? I know that some of the original producers and writers were involved for Where There Were Hear 'Em. So Fran Walsh and Philippa Boyens, right? They're the ones who did War of the Rohirrim, and they were the co-writers for the Lord of the Rings trilogy with Peter Jackson. So that's why I was excited about that movie and why I definitely should see it. You know, somebody put forth the theory of Rings of Power. People are always wondering, like, how can it be so bad with such a giant budget? Because apparently it's the most expensive TV show ever made in history, with like $1 billion budget or something. And people are always wondering, it's like, how could it be that bad with that big of a budget? And somebody put forth the theory that the Amazon overlords didn't really care if it was good or bad at all. They were more concerned about making it be a giant advertisement for Amazon, right? So whether it did good or bad, they were more concerned about being able to say, we have the Lord of the Rings franchise, and we at Amazon Prime produced the most expensive TV show of all times. Which I thought was an interesting theory. I'm not saying I agree with it, but it's interesting to think about. It kind of makes sense. It's like they're not buying the show. They're not paying to make a good show. They're just paying to be able to claim that we at Amazon Prime, as a streaming service, we produced Lord of the Rings, the most expensive TV show ever. Hey Darren, welcome in. Oh man, I feel like I ran by the Sage's lockbox 1,000 times now. That's only the third time. Oh yeah, the 1978 Hobbit and Lord of the Rings. They're pretty crazy. I don't know if I would say, I don't know if I like them, if I'm being fully honest. I appreciate them for what they are, but I don't know if I just straight up enjoy them, right? I think it's very interesting to watch. I think the style of it, the way they did it, the rotoscoping animation, there's something really cool and interesting about it. But as purely a product, I don't know if I think it's very good, if that makes sense. Yeah, it is. It has that like unsettling vibe to it, right, Cam? It's like a little eerie in a way, even when it's not meant to be eerie. Even like the lighthearted scenes, there's something a little unsettling about them. It's just the overall style and the mood, I guess. I feel like I'm definitely making faster progress this run compared to the previous two. It's crazy how cutting just a handful of corners can shave off a few minutes. Yeah, I remember when I was in high school, I think I was like a sophomore or a junior. They had like a pep rally on a Friday, but so they will let everybody out of class to go to the gym and watch like the pep rally or whatever. But the catch was you had to be wearing something school related or you wouldn't be let out of class. So you had to be wearing like a school t-shirt or something. I don't know. And one time on one of those Fridays, I was not wearing anything. So I had to stay in class and every other kid went to the pep rally. So it was me and the history teacher. And he put on The Hobbit for us to watch. The animated Hobbit. And I remember thinking like, what a wild movie, man. Totally crazy. You gotta be careful with these guys dragging enemies on the road like this, because the enemy could very easily switch onto me. That would be a sad way to lose a run, if you're just minding your own business and somebody else drags a mob to you. Alright, so this is our last little bit of peace before things start getting crazy. So as always, I will do a little bit of map inspection before we get out of Galtrev and prepare for the dangerous road ahead. Because I think we've seen now, you know, we've been running for almost an hour and 10 minutes, but honestly, this is where the run really starts, in Galtrev. Right after Galtrev, I think, is where the run actually starts. Alright, so let's plan this out. Let's take a look. So, we're going to go east to the stable. All this is pretty safe. This whole road east is safe. Once we start going south, it's relatively safe. There are lots of enemies that will sprinkle on the road. However, none of them will be stealth, so as long as I'm paying attention, I can avoid them. And then right around here, at around 85 south, that's when I'm going to be hugging the wall. So we're going to come out here and we're going to hug this wall. So instead of staying on the road, we're going to pop our paranoia, just in case. We're probably going to pop our speed boost, and we're going to hug this wall. From our scouting earlier, it seems like the ambushers are mainly on the road. I cannot guarantee that they're not going to be along the wall, but I think it's going to be better for us to do that. There were lots of enemies here, though, non-stealth. So even with that, we're going to have to be very careful to avoid enemies here. And that is going to be our path. Let's go. Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War. Two games that have been festering in my to-do list for many years. My to-do list that forever and perpetually grows longer and never shorter. But not with this computer, you know, I could do those games. Part of the reason why I had never done them is because the computer I had previous to this one just wasn't going to be able to play and record those games to high enough quality. This computer can definitely handle it. Before, you know, it exploded on me and I had to send it back to the manufacturer, but should be good now. Also, another Lord of the Rings game I have been dying to do on the channel is Battle for Middle-earth. That game is so good. Definitely need to do that one. And I love how you can name your units in that game, so I always thought that whenever I do Battle for Middle-earth, I'm going to name my units after, like, YouTube channel members. And then if I run out of members, then start going to, like, subscribers and people who comment on the videos and all that. I think that would be kind of cool. Alright, so I'm not going to use my foul fleetness when it comes back up. I'm going to hoard it for that wall part. Even though I could probably... Yeah, you know what? I could probably squeeze one more before I get there. So yeah, let me use one more. Why not? I'm gonna start going south here. Yep. All right, we are maybe a minute away from where we died. Maybe a little more than a minute, but we're getting there. We're getting close. I'm already starting to feel my heart rate go up a little bit. And then it's scary that once I make it through that area, I still have to worry about that mounted mob in Martin. There is no rest here from now on. It's all high stakes. Am I going the right way? Yes, I am. I don't like this. I can probably go in between them, but I don't like it. All right. Now I can go around this way. Oh, we're close now. You can tell I'm nervous because I'm not talking as much right now. It would just suck to lose another hour, 15 minutes or whatever. Plus, I don't want to have to end the stream. Because I can definitely finish this, but I don't have time to do another try if I fail. So the stakes are even higher now because if I fail, the stream is over. And we don't want that. Nobody wants that. Look at that archer in the middle of the road. Oh my god. Oh, I don't... Let me go the other way. Let me go this way. Being extra careful. Crow patrolling the road. Okay. All right. We're almost there. Let me double check. I'm hugging to the north. Okay. Oof, okay. All right. Let's see. Let's see what I'm doing. See, the problem, there's so many hounds along the wall as well. Oh my god, look at that. That guy, like, almost snuck up on me. I was, like, trying to play my route. This guy's... See, look, there are 3 dots ahead of me. Okay. All right, let's do it. I'm popping the paranoia, and we're gonna go. Probably popped it a little early. Probably popped it a little early, but I don't know. I just kind of want to be safe. Ideally, the ambushers don't even come this far north, right? That is the goal. I might have popped too early. Because we haven't even shifted over to the other zone. And I'm not even going to use my speed boost. I'm only going to use it if something wacky happens. I don't know. See, now we've officially switched. We're just going to hope there are no ambushers. Literally going to be on the slopes here. So this is the furthest I've ever made. So this is looking good so far. Yeah, I don't think we have to worry about the ambushers here. It's looking good. Here we have a problem. Oh boy, he's coming right at me. Run! Okay. We survived. Had to spam my buttons. I'm doing good with my spamming of the buttons if I get the opportunity to. The problem is you don't get that opportunity with stealth or with ranged mobs or potentially with mounted mobs. I don't like this. Okay. All right. Okay. We're doing this. You guys were definitely right. Although it's a little spooky here, hugging the hill is definitely the play for that area. It seems like the stealth mobs are exclusively patrolling the roads and they don't patrol this far out. I need to find like a little safe spot to open up my map because I need to see where I'm at. This looks safe. Famous last words. All right, so yeah, I'm almost there. I need to go like southeast. Okay. We've been generally going in the right direction. Look at that hound right there. He was ready to eat me as I jumped off this cliff. There's one right there too. Oh my god. That music dropped a little thump too right as I saw it. It's like a scary movie, you know, when they like pop up and they mix it with a loud sound. All right. All right, we're on a road. We're on a road. This is good. This is the furthest we've ever made it. Okay. Nice. Nice. So now I think we're done with stealth mobs, but now begins the part of the run where we have to deal with the mounted mobs. And there is some luck involved with this. We'll see what happens. Thank you, Anna. Thank you. And we're only halfway there, I think. Well, a little halfway. We're a little over halfway to Minas Tirith, so there's much more danger ahead. Alright, let's look. So yeah, we have to steer south of the road up until we get to this little trisection, T-intersection. Because yeah, there's a mounted mob here that just wreaks havoc on this road. Once I get to the T-intersection, I'll take that southeast road all the way to Kingstead. Alright, so we're gonna hug a little bit here. I love this this song from the soundtrack. It's so epic. Steering way clear of that road. Some wargs up ahead. Oh, that's too close to the road. I don't want to get that close to the road. Kind of have to. And I need to start going east anyway. Alright, looking good, looking good. I don't know why, but I'm feeling extra nervous. I guess it's because this is the furthest I've been. I don't think this area is, like, that dangerous, but I'm feeling on edge. Oh, look at that mounted mob coming in! Oh, no, no, no. Okay. It was coming straight at me. Sorry. I'm sorry if I'm, like, screaming into the microphone. I don't know how loud that ends up being on your end. I'm trying not to, right? But I can't help it. That guy almost got me. But you can see how quickly those mounted mobs come out of nowhere. It's like they can be super far away on the minimap, but by the time they decide they want to kill you, it's just too late. You can't react. Alright, I think we're safe here, so I think we can just follow the road southeast. I think that there are some mounted mobs that will kind of cross, but at this point there's nothing specific that I need to do. I just need to keep my eyes open and have a little bit of luck on my side. Okay, so I think, yeah, we should be good for a little while. It's going to be relatively safe, not 100% safe, but I think from here all the way until we go through the Paths of the Dead, we should be fine. Okay, I'm laughing at my paranoia. Feel so betrayed. Yeah, Nezradim, once I get to a more safe location, I'll examine the map for the path forward, all the way to the end. Because I did it at the beginning of the stream, but that was a few hours ago, so I need to refresh my memory. I think from here, for a little while, we're safe, but I think it's after Pelargir. There's going to be a lot of danger. From Pelargir until the end, I think, is all danger. Otherwise, I think we're pretty safe for the most part, unless we get really unlucky. Yeah, we do need to go through Pass of the Dead, but Pass of the Dead is 100% safe. There's nothing in there that can kill me. It sounds spooky, right? Like Pass of the Dead. It sounds like it's going to be a really difficult part, but it's actually a worry-free area. Is that a mounted mob? North of the road here? It is not. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good about this run. I'm feeling confident. I think we're going to be able to do it. Will my prophecy come true that right before I'm about to jump from Minas Tirith and complete the quest, my hard drive will be full from the local recording of this stream? Will the prophecy come true? We'll have to see. Stay tuned and find out. I don't know, Anna. I always get Old Anorian and Far Anorian mixed up. I guess Old Anorian is like the Pelennor Fields in Minas Tirith, right? I want to say. Which is where we're headed. So yeah, we have at least like another hour of this, which is pretty crazy. Yeah, Calder, still at it. This is attempt number 3. However, we made it past the part where I died in the first 2 runs. So I'm feeling pretty good. There's still a ton of danger ahead. But I'm feeling good about this. You can see Edoras off in the distance. Made some good progress. How did I get past? So we noticed that the stealth mobs that are invisible until they're out to kill you, they essentially patrol the road itself. So what I did is I hugged the mountain far away from the road. I avoided the road entirely in that section. And I don't know, maybe there are stealth guys north of the road and I just got lucky, but it seems like they're more so on the road itself. Yeah, I think we're pretty safe for the next like 5 to 10 minutes or so. I don't think there's going to be any danger here. It's nice to have a little bit of a rest after that section. Right here, we're going to go south. We're not going to go through Edoras itself. We're just going to go around it. And yeah, this is where we're going to go essentially all the way through here. Switchbacks, Paths of the Dead. Paths of the Dead is totally safe, like I mentioned, and we'll pop out in Gondor after that. What the hell was that sound? Yeah, we are getting close. I mean, once we make it to Gondor, we're in Gondor, right? Making our way towards Minas Tirith. Yeah, thankfully pretty safe here. Not much to worry about at all. There are a few mobs that kind of patrol the road a little bit, and that road leading up to Pass of the Dead, but it's for a very tiny stretch. It's not bad at all. Alright, let me remember how to get through here. I don't think there's much to think about, actually. Just keep going south. Few mobs here along the road, but I don't think any mounted mobs. I think once we are about to exit the Pass of the Dead and enter Gondor, we'll take a quick stop to examine the rest of the route. Mainly as a reminder to myself so I can properly prepare. Make sure I am ready for the dangers. Because even though that area with in Isendale with the stealth mobs was a little sketchy, it's definitely not the scariest part of the run. Switch back up the mountain. What a crazy quest. Although the cloak that you get from the chicken quests, it is super cool. And you also get a pretty sick title for doing this quest. I think it's called Lord of the Wings. Pretty cool title. Alright, some mobs on either side of the roads here, but I don't think anything dangerous. Pretty straightforward to avoid. I don't think any mounted units, no stealth units. I think from here until the Doors of the Dead, potentially enemies can come on the road, but as long as I'm paying attention, should be able to avoid it pretty easily. See, like that one's getting a little close. Who would have thought a chicken crossing the barrier to the paths of the dead? Through the dark door. Pretty crazy. Alright. And here, nothing to worry about here. Just literally going through from one end to the other. And I think there's no branches or anything. Yeah, it's just straight south. That's right. Only Isildur's heir and a chicken can come through these places. Very good. All right, so before we go through, let me take a look at the map. So we're going to come out here, and we're essentially just going to follow the road southeast to Lamadon. I think this entire area is safe. I don't think there's anything to worry about here. Now from here, we're going to follow this road all the way to Callambell, to this little fork. I think this is also safe. We are going to take the road south here. So at this fork, we're going to go south, I think. And then over here, we're going to go east. So yeah, we're going to come through here, follow the road south, east to central Gondor. Follow this road, and then out and south. And I think all of this so far is relatively safe. And then, where did we come out of? So over here, I guess. Actually, let me go back real quick. No, that's right. So then we're going to go here. And then over at this fork, we're going to take the east road to this little fork. And then we're going to take the south fork here, all the way to Lynn here. But there's a little village here, I believe, that I have to worry about. Yeah, hold on. Let me go back to my notes here. So we're going to go here. There's a village somewhere here, which unfortunately is not flagged because it's a session play map. But there's a village here somewhere where there are a lot of mobs that's going to be problematic. We're going to have to hug north to avoid the mobs, wherever it is. Okay. Then we're going to go here. And then here, and then out to Lower Lebanon. And then this is very dangerous. It looks simple, right? Just one giant road east, but I think this is one of the most dangerous roads. Mounted mobs just everywhere. Just running up and down the road, coming out of nowhere, dropping out of the sky. It's going to be a disaster. Then Pelargir is going to be safe, of course. Then we're going to go to Upper Lebanon. And then from here, we're going to take the northern path, I believe. We're going to take this road north. And then we're going to go east here. And then from here, we're going to take this road. So we're going to go the north route. Coming out, north, northeast, and then we're going to pass through here into Lossernach. Then northeast. And then, what do I do here? I forgot what I do here. I think I go through... Yeah, I go through the town. And then we're going to go east. And then northeast, we're going to go around Harlon, these little woods to the north. There's a little gap in the wall here that we can go through. And then we're in Pelennor, which is the home stretch. Lots of enemies right as we come in here, so we're going to hug the wall and then meet back up with the road. And then we got to go to Minas Tirith, and this is just a minefield of mounted mobs. Alright, so that's kind of generally what we're going to be doing. That is generally what we're doing. Let's go. On to Gondor. Should be fun. Got maybe, what, like 45 minutes or so left on this? I love how I'm headed straight to a warband. That should be fun. Sure I'm going the right way. I'm not going the right way. Oh, no. Glad I checked. Took the wrong path at the fork. Look at this, guys. We got the quest arrow finally popped up. We're under 10,000 meters. So now we actually have a quest arrow on the minimap. That is good. That is a good sign. Less than 10 kilometers out. How we doing here? Pretty good. Should be crossing over to the next map. I'm really starting to worry about the file size of this recording and if it's gonna fill up my hard drive. We're just not gonna worry about it. We're just not gonna worry about it. We'll just assume everything's gonna work out. Alright, so here, yeah, we're going all the way to that. Okay. Still a long ways to go. What a journey. I'm enjoying the more relaxed portion of the run here, where I don't have to worry as much. It's alright, it's a little bit of a calm before the storm, because we know the storm is coming. It's the last two maps that are nasty with the mounted units. We're going to take this south path here. Could start going east here. I don't think I'm going to cut this corner. I was very tempted to cut that corner, but we're like too deep into this. I'll cut like a little corner. I'm not going to cut a giant corner. I'm going to take the east road. Another zone. Very good. Should be pretty safe road here. At least I didn't write anything down on my notes for this section. Hopefully it wasn't me being lazy. I don't remember this song from the soundtrack. It's quite nice. Minus all the chicken clucking, of course. I think here in Ethereum, I take the first bridge to the south. Maybe? I guess it doesn't matter too much, I don't think. I think this entire road south should be safe. But it's a long road. And we're officially over 2 hours into this run. I think we might have like 35 minutes left on this, if I'm estimating correctly. Sorry if you heard a pop, I accidentally knocked my microphone. See, there's a mob close to the road here, but easily identifiable. And it's a bear, which I believe is a threatener, so he wouldn't attack me immediately. But I'm not going to gamble. I'm going to steer clear. So in the next map is when we are going to start getting a little bit of danger again. We got that burning village that I'm going to have to watch out for. I can't remember if there are mounted enemies in there or just regular enemies essentially barricading the entire village. Either way, I'm going to steer clear of it. But that does mean getting off the road and potentially facing some danger there. What happened? That stalker. Oh my god. It's always the music that saves me, man. I hear the music and almost instinctively my fingers just like twitch on these buttons. I did not... Was that stealth? I did not see that at all. Did I just like zone out and run straight into it? I don't know, man, but I saved myself. I might have zoned out for a second. I might have run straight into it. I don't think that was stealth. I think that was just me being stupid. It's a good reminder to not lose focus. We've come too far for that. Okay, so the burning village is over there. So we want to go north of it. Okay, so it walked into me, but still, I should have seen it walking towards me. I'm disappointed in myself. Alright, let me... pay attention here. I need to pay close attention. Avoid this burning village and all the enemies along the way. Can't let another wolf sneak up on me. Got my fingers ready for emergency button presses if I need. I don't like this. A little too closed off for my liking. Doing okay though. Looks like we passed the village. Should be safe to get back on the road. Gonna take the south road here. I think we're relatively safe until the next map, when the mounted units start. This road will take me all the way to Lynn here. Yep. Alright, let's speed up a little bit here. Oh man, I'm getting excited. Because, you know, when you start doing this quest, it all feels so far away. So you're just kind of going through the maps. But now I can kind of see the end in sight. So I'm getting a little excited. However, the most dangerous part of the run is coming up. This is the last little bit of peace. As soon as we leave Lynn here to the east, that's when we have that road with all the mounted mobs that can just pop out of nowhere. So that's a dangerous little section. All right, the safety of a large town always feels nice. I always get lost going through Lynn here, though. I think, yeah, I want to go south here. And then down this little hill. And before I exit here, we're going to do another little route check. Make sure I know exactly what I'm doing. Want to be careful. Actually, we're not going to because I just used my speed boost. So yeah, we're going straight east to Pelargir, but this is the danger area. This is dangerous. this entire road has mounted units. And we can't really veer from the road because they're all on either side of the field as well, so we just gotta pray. We just gotta get lucky, we just gotta run. I got my fingers ready to spam buttons. It's not as effective against mounted units because they're too fast anyway, but we can at least try. See, look at these mounted units. Pay attention to the dots. They'll be just standing there, and then you'll see them just zoom towards the road. And we just have to pray they zoom at a moment that I am not crossing. There's really not much I can do here. Besides just run and hope. And have my fingers ready. If I make it through this unscathed, you guys are going to be like, ah, you totally overplayed that. But it's not. It's just that I got a little lucky, which is what is required to make it through this section. Looking good. Yeah, look at those mounted units. Oh my god. It's making me nervous, man. They're just standing there. It's like they're about to move. They've been standing still too long. It's like they're about to move. Look at them on the hills. Oh man. Let me like zoom past this area. Look at them flanking the roads on either side, just waiting for a chicken to come into their radar. Definitely not in the clear still. Still going east here, okay. Look at that thing. Look at that thing. Look at it. It wants to kill me. Don't you do it, sir. You just stay right there. Been lucky so far, man. At any moment, they could run onto the road. Looking good, looking good. Mounted unit looking straight at me. Man, that music change made my heart skip a beat for a second. I almost pressed my buttons. I see the gates. We're almost to a bit of safety. Could cut a corner here, but I'm definitely not going to. Just gonna play it safe, stay on the road. There's still mounted units all around me. Over there, over there. To the south. They're just everywhere. And just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean I'm not telling the truth. They will come on the road out of nowhere. Almost to the gates. Almost to the gates. Oh no! Oh no, lag! What is this? Oh no! I'm lagged. Oh, don't do this to me. Oh no. I'm lagged. I'm stuck. Oh my god, what? Are you kidding me? My stream is up. It's not my internet. The units are still moving. Oh my god, what is going on? Oh no, this is my worst nightmare. What is this? Move, chicken. Well, I don't know what happens now. Usually when it's stuck for this long, it means it's going to disconnect. The question is, if I disconnect, do I lose the session play? Not like this. At least I'm lucky and the mounted unit ran the other direction instead of like patrolling this area. Wow, this is really sad. Yeah, I don't know what to do. I think we just wait here. You know, I'm pressing my W key to move forward, but yep, there it is. And the game quit. Beautiful. All right, let me relaunch the game and see what happens. What a mess. And we just have to pray that we go back into the session play. Oh, yes, we do. Oh, thank God. Hopefully we go back to an alive chicken. That would be great. Okay, we're back. We're back. We're in it. We're safe. We're alive. There's a mounted unit right there. Right on the road. I'm running. I'm running in. Oh, man. Okay, good. We're back. We're alive. Thank God. Okay, hold on. Now that I'm here, let me kind of reset my UI here because I had to like move everything around to get everything back. Okay, let me move this. Let me get my chat up. Okay. Okay, good, good. Let's roll. How do I get through Pelargir again? I don't even remember. Like that way. Appreciate everybody's concern. That truly would have been tragic. A sad way to lose a run, but thankfully we're back. We're just adding to the drama, you know? We're making it more exciting. It's going to be a much more exciting episode that way. Also, I was too annoyed to comment at the time, but I always thought, have you guys noticed that whenever you lose connection from the game, it says connection lost and they spell connection with an X? I always thought that was weird. Yeah, if my if it didn't load me back into the session play, I definitely would have been salty and would not have continued, obviously. I would not have started another run immediately. Oh, that's interesting, Anna. You think it's the way Tolkien spelled it, and you think it's like an homage to him, maybe? That they spell it that way? Because if that's what they were going for, I respect it. It's actually kind of cool. I'm just glad that I got stuck in an area where the mounted mobs weren't roaming around at the time, you know? I got a little lucky there, because I very easily could have gotten stuck somewhere more dangerous. Alright, let me do another map inspection before we continue. Upper Lebanon. What are we doing here? Yeah, we're taking that northern route, right? Yeah. At this fork, we're going north. And then over here, we're going east. And then over here, we're going north. And then we're going through here. Okay. Let's do it. I don't know much about this road. I don't know if there are a ton of mounted enemies. I didn't write anything down on my notes, so I don't think we have to worry about too much over here. I think really the only dangerous portion left is going to be maybe as we're going around Harlong, and then definitely the Pelennor Fields is like the last hurrah. As we're running in the Pelennor Fields towards Minas Tirith, there's the potential for mounted units. So I think really there's only one more dangerous part of the run at the very end as we're booking it for the gates of Minas Tirith. I'm going to feel like that scene from Return of the King where Gandalf rescues Faramir from Osgiliath and he's riding back to Minas Tirith and he's got all the Nazgul on his tail. That's what it's going to feel like. The only other potential run killer now, besides those mounted units in Pelennor, is my hard drive. Let's hope I have enough room to finish out this giant stream at insanely large video file sizes for the quality. Man, I am so happy that it restored the session. I don't know why, but I thought like that was done. That was it. I was gonna log back into my sad little hobbits standing at Sanson's farm. And then here we go northeast. We take this road. Feeling good about this. It seems like this run is meant to happen. Not gonna get too confident, gonna pay attention and be careful. But I'm feeling good. Feeling optimistic. Seeing some archers flanking the road, so definitely have to be careful with that. No amount of perfectly timed button mashes will save me from an archer attack at this point. If one aggro's on me. Alright, where am I going here? Going this way? Oh no, am I lost? No, I think this is right. Yeah, I crossed this bridge. Yeah. No, this is right. I'm just not as familiar with, like, these last couple of regions here before the Pelennor Fields. It's been a while since I did the research for the routing here, so this isn't as fresh in my memory. Okay, am I safe to stop here for a second? I think so. We're gonna go this road. Just making sure there's no mobs here. Alright. And then here we're gonna go east. So we're gonna follow the road northeast, east. And then northeast again, around Harlong. Okay. And then through the hole in the wall. Think we should be good. I'm just being overtly careful. Triple checking everything. Making sure I know my routes. You guys know that's my weak point in this game, is getting completely, totally, and irreconcilably lost. So I'm trying to avoid that. Do not want to get lost in a field filled with mounted units when I've come this far. Alright, we're going to take the east road here. I think it's like... I think we're 15 minutes away. This is it. The epic conclusion to this adventure. For better or for worse. All right. Still got a ways to go before we enter Harlond. Quite a journey indeed, Cam. And like I mentioned earlier, this is the baby chicken quest. The next one is really going to be the intense one. the free range quest. 5 to 6 hours or so to complete it, and much more dangerous, much more risky. That one's gonna be nuts. I haven't done the research for that yet, so I'll have to do that before the next stream. Before I start attempting it, I need to know what I'm doing with it, actually. Alright, so yeah, definitely do not go through Harlong here. I'm gonna have to go through the rubble here to the north. Avoid that sickle fly. There's that orc just waiting for me. It's a lookout. It's literally looking out towards me. Yeah, look at all the mobs inside of Harlon. I think it's way too dangerous to go through it. And this path here through the woods is a little safer. Well, not a little safer, it's significantly safer. It's pretty chill back here, actually. There is a third quest, yes. It's one that requires you to go to the Lonely Mountain, I believe, but I'm going to put that one off because I don't like going to regions for a quest that I haven't been through on my main character, if that makes sense, right? So, because I haven't been to Lake Town and Erebor and all that yet, I'm going to put that quest off until after I have completed that section of the game. And then come back to the Shire to do it. Alright, so yeah, there's a little hole in the wall here that I can go through. Alright, so here I have to look again. I'm assuming I am safe to stop here. So I'm gonna hug the wall here to the southeast because there's a bunch of mounted enemies here. Just double checking, nothing sneaking up on me. So there are mounted enemies here. I'm gonna have to like hug the wall a little bit and then go north to the road. So yeah, like here and then that way, and then we're almost there. We're almost there. But this is dangerous. Lots of mounted units, gonna require some luck. What is that ahead of me? That is a lookout. I hear growling, man. It's stressful. Alright, I think I am safe. The swarm flies are fine. I don't have to worry about those. I think I'm good to get on the road here. Alright. Now is just grit, a little bit of luck, hold our breath a little bit, and hope for the best. Look at those mounted units. They could run at any moment. I really should not be using my foul fleetness here. I really should be saving it in case I come across any trouble. So yeah, I think I'm gonna hoard it. I'm gonna stop using it from now until the end of the run, because look at all these mounted units. If I see any of them even start to flinch and move, that's when I pop it, you know? We are so close. But there's still so much danger. I've heard tales of people dying before the very gates of Minas Tirith. Like staring at it. See, look at that guy. Look at that guy twitching out. What are you doing, dude? You stay right there. You don't move, sir. Oh, dang, Darren. You move me over to the first monitor, you know it's serious. You know things are serious now. The thing is, the drama about this last part doesn't really manifest unless it does manifest, right? Like, this is all very hold your breath because it could happen at any moment, but if it doesn't, you never even notice, like, the drama of it. So it's... I don't know how to explain it, I guess. See, look at that guy that ran, like, right behind me. If I had been crossing a few seconds later, that could have potentially been a problem. Alright, we gotta take this north path here. That warg is coming in, not too worried about it. Oh, there's Minas Tirith. Alright, this is the last road. This is the last road that's going to take us to it. Look at that thing right there. Oh, man. I got my finger ready to push if it starts to move. Thankfully, it did not. We're getting lucky here. We've been lucky with the mounted unit areas. Haven't seen anything crazy. Even after I've run past, sometimes you'll see them, like, run immediately behind you. I haven't even seen much of that. So we have been lucky. Trying to look straight ahead here, not even make eye contact with these mounted units. Oh, I think we did it. I think we're pretty much in the clear now. I'm using my foul fleetness, and we are crossing the gates to safety. We did it! Nothing can kill us now except more lag or my hard drive. I can safely turn off these ugly floaty names. Nice. Well, that was fun. It took some adversity. 2 failed attempts. Almost 6 hours. Definitely a lot of fun, though. I had fun. And honestly, it was kind of fun to fail a couple of times. It makes it more satisfying. Plus, it was fun to be able to stream for a little longer. So what, maybe another 5 minutes? So we're going to do this in 2 hours, 40 minutes was the total runtime here, which I guess is pretty decent. That's kind of what I estimated. I estimated between 2:30 and 3. Could have shaved off a few minutes if the game hadn't crashed on me. I don't know, Minas Tirith isn't feeling as laggy as I remember, so maybe the 64-bit did do something. I don't know. It's really hard to tell, honestly. Forgot where the next thing is. Still a little further. it back here? Yes, it is. Forgot how long it actually takes to scale Minas Tirith. Such a massive city. It is pretty cool, like how they implemented this in the game. I know it has its issues with the lag and all that, but it's still very impressive. Thanks, Darren, representing the lurkers. Very nice. Hopefully when I upload this as an episode, it can also help some people in the future who are trying to do the quest. They can kind of see the route I took. See the mistakes I made so they can avoid the same ones. Get more players out there with that Lord of the Rings title. Yeah, I'll have to edit this and upload it. Might take me a few days, but I'll get it up there. And then I'm kind of dreading all the work and research I'm going to have to do for the next one, the free range one. I'm going to have to take a lot of notes on that. Really figure out the routing. I know it's not just like run from one place to another. It's like you have to go to a bunch of spots in Middle Earth that are all really far from each other, and you have to like do stuff. I don't know exactly how it works, but I know it's more complex than just run from the Shire to this place. I always remember this gate because the entrance is right by the little barber shop symbol. So I know exactly where that one is. All right, we have made it. The top of Minas Tirith. Somebody is going to witness this miraculous journey. Logan War the Unprepared. Oh no, he was just confused by me. I thought he was gonna come cheer me on as I jumped off. Thank you, Anna. Thank you. It's kind of weird to be getting congratulations for essentially killing myself. Because that's what the quest is, isn't it? Let's be honest. This whole quest is one tragic tale of a chicken. Journey from the Shire to the Watch Point, only to end it all. Alright. I don't know, I should have prepared a speech or something. I feel like I should say something important or meaningful here, but I don't have any words for you guys, so we're just gonna jump. Off we go. There you go. Oh, that's so anticlimactic. I landed on the statue instead of the floor. Ah. I'm a little disappointed by that. It still counted, of course, but... that felt a little anticlimactic, landing on that statue instead of the floor. Just means we have to do it again, right? No, absolutely not. I am not doing that quest again. It is true. Kippen did throw a chicken off, so... See, Kippen is empathizing now. He's putting himself in the shoes of the chicken and really experiencing what it was like. Completed the Great Wide Open. Title awarded. Kippen Proud Feet, Lord of the Wings. I'm actually going to make that active because it's a sick title. There it is. Sweet. And yeah, they're in Bach again. Takes me to Lake Town, so I will not be doing that in the near future. But the next one is Free Range, which is going to be nuts. But definitely not going to be doing that now. Got to do a little bit of research for that. I appreciate everybody who was here in the stream. Hopefully you guys had as much fun as I did. Even with the failures, I had a blast streaming to you guys, and I'm happy that there was no issues with the stream. Wait a second. The stream literally just crashed. Did my stream just crash? No, never mind. Something weird happened on my screen. Okay, that would have been crazy if it crashed at that exact moment. Yeah, but thanks everybody. Hopefully you had fun. And I am working hard to try and revive the Lord of the Rings Online series. Hopefully you can appreciate it. It's going to take a little bit longer than usual, you know, because usually with a season, it's easy to just turn on the recorder and just record a bunch of episodes. But with this little cleanup interlude, like I mentioned, I have to like research these chicken quests. I have to route it out. I have to stream it and do the attempts. So it's not as easy as just recording. And then for all the other cleanup stuff, I have to do a lot of research, try to figure out what quests I need to do, how to do them, why they're not active, all that kind of stuff. So it's going to be a little bit slow to get the series restarted, but rest assured I am working on it. And see you on the next stream. Maybe we'll do a little bit of RuneScape at some point, or maybe the next stream will be when I'm ready to do the free range quest. But see you guys next time, and I hope you have a great rest of your weekend. Oh, hey, Laura. Nice to see you were lurking. Congratulations, by the way. I know last time I read a comment from you, you mentioned that you were pregnant, so I'm assuming you've had your baby by now, so congratulations on that. And everybody else, have a great night.